unavoidably absent, and the first Deputy Speaker is also out of the jurisdiction. And so the second Deputy Speaker will take the chair. Thank you.
Very well. So, honorable members, shall we rise up and pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country. It might be a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I invite you to item listed 2 in today's order paper. Item listed 2. Message from the presidency. Absence from Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Wednesday, 8 March 2023 to Doha, Qatar, at the joint invitation of the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, and the Emir of the State of Qatar, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, to participate in the second part of the 5th Nations Conference on Least Development Countries, LDC 5, to be held in Doha. Whilst in Doha, I am scheduled to meet with the Emir on bilateral relations between Ghana and the state of Qatar. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Sunday, 12 March 2023. During my absence, the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Baum Maumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We now turn to item number 4. Item number 4 in today's order paper. That is correction of votes and proceedings. We will begin with page 1 of votes and proceedings. Very well. Honorable members, we have 2 of the proceedings. Because of yesterday's event, we are taking the 2 proceedings together. So we are beginning with Tuesday, the 7th March 2023. Tuesday, 7th March 2023, votes and proceedings. We will begin from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page number 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page 13, it's a very minor correction. Roman numeral VI, Mrs. Juliana Aduyobo. So it's not Miss, but Mrs. rather. And it applies to 15 as well. Thank you.
Say page 13 VI.
Yes, please. Mrs. Juliana Aduyobo.
So it's Mrs. instead of Miss.
Yes, please.
Very well.
And the same correction should be done on page 15.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Very well. Table, kindly take note. Yes, Honorable Member for Northtown.
On page 13, item number X, the position for Ms. Catherine Nakbima Kuzek, Assistant Director, appears it's 2A, but how it's been put together, it's problematic. If it can be corrected accordingly, putting the IIA together, it's not the appropriate way to put it. There has to be some space, some spacing. So if the table office can look at that, it appears again at.
Are you talking about the designation, the title? Is it 2A?
Yes.
But I think the civil service, that's how they designate it. So it's right. They have 2A, 2B.
Yes, but there's normally a spacing. I'm referring to the spacing after the 2.
Very well. Very well. So, table, just look at the spacing. So we move to 14, page 14. Page 15. So table, take note of Member for Kwadaso's correction that was made in 13. It applies to 15 as well. That is VI. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. And finally, page 19. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings.
No, this Tuesday,
of 7th March 2023. Yes, let's hear you.
Page 19. I'm a member of the sports committee and I attended the program that was held on Wednesday, 1st March 2023. So in attendance, I was expecting to find my name in, but my name is missing.
But
I
honorable
actually
member,
signed.
honorable member, did you register when you attended?
Yes, please.
So the table will not know. I think you have to link up with your secretariat, the clerk, because the clerk will present the list of attendees to the table. So if you attended and signed,
And signed.
Anyway, for the table would not know, so we will look at it and see how to address it. So, honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 7th March 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Let's now turn to votes and proceedings of Wednesday 2023. That is yesterday's yesterday, Wednesday, 8 March 2023. We will start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 8, item 6. Honorable Isufu said, Honorable Gambaga was in the house yesterday. Was captured.
Page 8.
Item 6.
Honorable, are you okay with it?
Yes, page 8, item 6.
I can't find item 6. When you say page 8, item 6.
4, that's the...
4, 6.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
What is it? Your name was wrongly spelled?
He was in the house yesterday, Isif Baba.
He was in the house
Yes,
yesterday.
please. By captured absent.
You see, my honorable members, you've said this over and over again. He was here. So if his name is appearing in the column of absenteeism, then it means he didn't register.
He signed.
How will you know that he signed?
I was with you on the table, the registered table, yes.
Honorable, table, check. If he signed, he came and he signed, please make the corrections. But if he did not sign, then let the record stand as it is. Yes.
You know, yesterday was a bit of... It's not working. Okay, it's working now. Ordinarily, we all come to the table there to write a sign. But yesterday, the document was not there because of the visitors, because you had the former presidents and other things all day. The document was not there for people to go and sign. So if you were not lucky to see where the document was, the challenge was that you will not have your name captured. I'm just trying to say that's the basis. So if you only want to rely on those who signed yesterday, that would be a challenge in dealing with all this. So let's just trust each other that if I say Mr. Speaker was here, then he was here.
Well. Yes, a leader.
The Speaker, maybe Parliament must adopt a guarantor system. I can guarantee that the Honorable Member was here.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I was here yesterday. That's page 8, item 4. Nicholas Amankwa, I'm refused, but I've been marked.
What is your number? Item 4?
Item 4, number 2. That's Nicholas Amankwa, Memphis East. I was present yesterday, but I've been marked absent.
Very well. Table, take note of that. At least for the fact that yesterday was a special day, just take note of the corrections. So we move to page 9. Page 10. Yes, Honorable Member for Northton.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item number XI at page 10. The chairman of the Great National Democratic Congress, the Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Asiedu has been spelled wrongly. It should be A-S-I-E and not E-I.
Very well.
And then, Mr. Speaker, Nketia has an H at the end. An H at the end. And then, Mr. Speaker, there is this matter at the same page, item number V, that we need to clarify. The former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu-Agyeman Rawlings, I noticed that she was acknowledged, but we didn't see her. We were looking at the VIP gallery. I don't know if she, because this is a House of Records, and we may have to clarify that matter. Because we were looking around, she would normally sit at the esteemed guest gallery, but she wasn't to be seen. But our records are reflecting that she was here and acknowledged. So I think we'll have to clarify that matter.
Yeah, Honorable Member, once the Speaker acknowledged her presence, I presume that she was here. So I don't. Honorable members, I cannot take this argument. The Speaker was here. He read out the dignitaries in the chamber. He mentioned her name. So I cannot sit here and say Honorable Kujetu Abrakwa didn't see her, and therefore probably you didn't see her, other people saw her. So, honorable members, like I said, I cannot effect that change. Once the Speaker read the dignitaries, I think that one cannot be. So let's take it like that. But honorable member, I table effect the change of Honorable Asiedu Nketia. Yes, Honorable Kremenda Park.
Yeah, Speaker. Truth is that we didn't see the former First Lady. And I think this can be very easily cross-checked. At least we have videos which can be looked at. And it is quite possible that the person who communicated the presence of the dignitaries in the chamber may have passed to the Speaker that was not accurate. So I think it is a matter that we ought to confirm, because it's indeed a House of Records.
Honorable Leader, like I said, I cannot ask the table to effect any changes. When the Speaker himself mentioned his name, that she was here, it could be that you didn't see her. So please, let's gloss over this particular issue. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, simply put, you are right in the position taken. I just wanted colleagues to put matters to rest and abide by your position. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Interior, you wanted to speak?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I wanted to say that once the Speaker had acknowledged, the Speaker saw her, that's
Very well. So, honorable members, we turn to page.
Mr. Speaker, I just spoke to the daughter. She said the mother didn't come. I just spoke to the daughter. The mother didn't come.
Honorable member, I'm not taking anything from the doctor. I'm taking official readings I had from it. So we turn to honorable member. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems like it is only the Speaker who saw her. Nobody else saw her. I didn't see her, and I'm sure you didn't see her too. If you insist that the record should be kept this way, it means that you are confirming that you also saw her. Because it's like the invitation given out. They might have communicated this to the Speaker. And the Speaker will just announce. The Speaker is not bound to see everybody here before he announces the name. So by Speaker announcing the name, doesn't mean conclude that she came. So please, we can do the check.
Very well. We'll do further checks. But meanwhile, let the record stand as it is. So we turn finally to page 11. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 8 March 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Leadership. Are we following the order as it appears in today's order paper? Which is urgent questions.
No, Mr. Speaker, we've agreed to vary the order of business and move straight into the State of the Nation address debate. Thank you.
Yes, minority leadership.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, that's what we agreed.
Very well. Yes, honourable member.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. With all respect to leadership, but these questions have been there since Wednesday. And the owners of the questions, like me, yes, have been prepared and no information will come, no information. So I just want to be clear.
Honourable members, what they are saying is they are varying the order.
Yes.
It doesn't mean we are not going to take the questions. We take the questions, but they are varying the order.
All right.
So, very well. So, yeah, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is not going to be only today. The Business Committee agreed that because of the State of the Nation's address motion, we must vary the order of business every day. We debate the motion at the prime time. After that, questions will follow. So even today, the Minister for Health came, and the Minister for Energy also came. But because of this arrangement, they will come after 2. So members who have questions should take a cue from that. Thank you very much.
On that note, we will turn to page 9. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my leader just explained the circumstances under which there's to be a variation. And he mentioned that the ministers for health and energy came and will be coming at a later time. I want to know whether the same applies to the Minister for Finance, who has also been slated to respond to a number of questions. Thank you.
All the ministers, honorable member for, is it Puza South? So, honorable members,
The Speaker, for the Minister for Finance, the Business Committee, in fact, he sought leave of the Business Committee that he will come on Thursday. If the majority, deputy majority.
Today is Thursday.
Next week, Thursday. That is what was agreed upon. So this week is for Parliament is going to devote the business in the House to only questions and the motion to thank His Excellency the President. These two items up to 17th of this month, when the two leaders will conclude the debate. But for the Minister for Health, he will come on Thursday next week. Yeah, next week, not this week. Tomorrow is Friday. So the Minister for Health, Minister for Finance, Finance is coming Thursday next week.
Well,
it is, but the Business Committee have programming. The statement will be presented to the House tomorrow, which members will have to debate. But for now, let's concentrate on the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, just as it's already 10 to 12, and we had agreed that we must start this debate before 12. Mr. Speaker, you came very early, and we're ringing the bell. So if we can proceed.
Well. Let me listen to member for Severi also.
Mr. Speaker, I think because of the problems that we ministers have had in the hands of members, I want to put on record that sometimes you're also not fair to us. This thing should have been communicated to us, because as you can see, today I'm very, very ready to answer my questions. If the next time I forget my report, nobody should blame me. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we always cooperate with ministers. So when it comes to a time that you also have to cooperate with the House, you have to do so. So, honorable members, let me invite you to page 9. Page 9. Item listed 9. Page 9. Item listed 9. Motion to thank His Excellency the President for his message. So I will invite Honorable Member for Efutu, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markins, the Deputy Majority Leader and the Leader of the House now, to move the motion. Yeah, Leader, you can come to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to move this motion to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for his presence here yesterday, the 8th day of March 2023, to deliver to us a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I combed through our rules book and it became apparent to me that we do this as a matter of convention because, Mr. Speaker, Order 58 provides that Mr. Speaker will convey the gratitude of the House to the President upon delivery of a message on the state of the nation in accordance with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in yesterday's statement, before us in this hallowed chamber, Mr. President made an honest assessment of our country's situation and sought for the support of all in addressing it with hope and confidence. Mr. Speaker, he dutifully did so, but by coming out with all the facts regarding the state of the economy as he met it and the effort made by his government so far and the future we have ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President emphasized that we need to work together as a nation. And it is at the heart of this that I've moved this motion for us to thank Mr. President, with emphasis on 5 key areas. First, Mr. Speaker, I will deal with the state of the economy. Second, deal with the claim that this government has recklessly borrowed and misused the proceeds. Third, I will deal with the massive road expansion Ghana has seen under this government. And fourth, emphasize investment in building the requisite human resource to support Ghana's transformation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will underscore the emerging revival of Ghana's economy. But it is important, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that prior to the coming into office of the MPP administration, we had a certain state of the Ghanaian economy. And during the campaign, NPP did not only engage in sloganeering, but outline its alternative policies. And these alternative policies included free SHS, free training college allowance, free nursing training college allowance, and above all, the MPP administration promised Ghanaians that then high utility tariffs will be reduced. Again, the MPP in opposition made a strong case for a reduction in taxes as well as waiver of certain levies that the NPC had imposed at the time. Mr. Speaker, true to the words of the MPP when it assumed office in 2017, efforts were made immediately to introduce the free SHS. And there is no doubt on our minds as a people that the free SHS has really helped the many who otherwise will not have had the opportunity to benefit from secondary education. Mr. Speaker, I use myself as an example how I struggled to complete St. Augustine's. But for the bursary introduced by Dr. Pakwe Sindo, I wouldn't have completed St. Augustine's College to be here serving the people of Ifutu. And I know there are thousands of Ghanaians who, as a result of poverty, could not benefit from secondary education. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, if today the chorus out there is that government has spent so much, what Mr. President is telling Ghanaians and is telling the Senate is that we have introduced a major social intervention program, which in spite of the challenges we face as a country, we are still implementing successfully. Mr. Speaker, again, utility tariffs, especially electricity, was a major burden on Ghanaians. The NDC at the time had said, because of the high cost of production, it could do nothing about it. In spite of all the calls by Ghanaians for a reduction in electricity tariffs, the then President, John Dramani Mahama, was clear that given the circumstance, he could not reduce tariffs. But the record bear us out that today, when the MPP assumed office, steps were taken and major announcements were made from 15 to 30% reduction. Households enjoyed rebates on electricity tariffs. Industry enjoyed rebates. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an honest government which walks the talk, which says and implements, which does not limit itself to campaign sloganeering. Mr. Speaker, let me come to taxes. I would not want to go into specifics to bore you, but I would want to rely on Hansa to say and underscore that all of us were witnesses to the many taxes that we abolished, the many taxes that we reduced when we came into office in 2017, 2018, 2019. As a house, we know what the government did. This is a government that did not undertake a journey to burden Ghanaians. This is a government that undertook a journey to relieve the Ghanaians of the burden that they were enduring under the previous NDC administration. But, Mr. Speaker, here we are, COVID struck, Ukraine-Russia war, which we never expected, which is affecting global economic trade, is hitting us as a country. Ghana is not an island. Yet, the very people who had an opportunity for 8 years to transform lives and could not are the same people who are criticizing. And they are the same people who today are claiming that they have the magic wand. I dare challenge them. I dare challenge them that in spite of the crisis we find ourselves, of which the government of Nana Akufo-Addo has made every effort to keep our lights on, in spite of all the challenges we face, the government has made effort to sustain the free SHS program. What is their alternative? What is the alternative? Yesterday, the president was very honest in admitting that we are in crisis and called on all of us to join him in solving the challenges we face. As a government in waiting, as a major opposition party, have they been able to tell us their policy alternative? Have they been able to tell us what they are going to do to make lives better? But, Mr. Speaker, the only thing they've been clear and unambiguous on is Article 71. The only thing they seem to be clear is the populist slogan of dealing with Article 71. And even so, Mr. Speaker, they are under the impression that it is only the executive that benefits from Article 71. Mr. Speaker, they have forgotten that Article 71 has to do with the judiciary and other arms of government and not only the executive. And even so, by the imperatives of Article 290, it is not just a mere presidential or executive fiat that will take away Article 71. It requires a referendum, which will come at a cost. And this is coming from a government now in opposition that enjoys the bona fides of governance. This is coming from a leader who has been vice president, member of parliament, president, and did not think about all of these. But today, enjoying the liberties of opposition to make some of these populist statements. The MPP under Nanado is clear on which destination it is taking this country. The MPP is firm in its beliefs that it believes in the entrepreneurial spirit of the Ghanaian, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these challenges, steps have been taken to put our lights on. Steps have been taken to ensure that in spite of major economies suffering from power outages in Ghana, our businesses and households enjoy regular supply of electricity. South Africa, Mr. Speaker, is seeing doom so. Mighty Nigeria is seeing doom so. But in Ghana today, we are not experiencing doom so. Mr. Speaker, the president was apt and honest by telling us, and quote, at paragraph 13 of his speech, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue above all that is quite properly dominating the concerns of all Ghanaians is the gravity of the economic situation of our country and how we can quickly stabilize the economy and work our way back to the period of rapid economic growth. Our currency has been buffeted, our inflation rate has been very high, and for the first time in our lives, debt exchanges have become the language of everyday conversation. Mr. Speaker, how else could Nana Akufo-Addo be that honest? He was honest in outlining these issues because these are the concerns of the ordinary Ghanaian, and he acknowledges that these must come to an end and assured us that his government is making every effort to resolve. Mr. Speaker, but again, Mr. President makes another profound statement, which is already before us as a house. And permit me, Mr. Speaker, to quote. In his 2020 State of the Nation address, and Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, this was an address where, Mr. Speaker, the President was outlining his work. He was accounting for his stewardship for the first 3 years after inheriting an economy with high inflation, an economy with doom so. And Mr. Speaker, this is what the President said, and it's for all of us to remember where we were when there was no COVID. This is what Mr. President said. Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, we have reduced inflation to the lowest level, 7.8% in January 2022. Suffice to state that, Mr. Speaker, this point that Mr. President made, comparing to the 2016 inflation, which was at double digits, he was telling us that what the NDC could not do, he came and he transformed the economy, and nobody challenged him on that. Again, he said, for the first time in 40 years, we have had a fiscal deficit below 5% for 3 years in a row. Our colleagues did not challenge that. For the first time in 20 years, the balance of trade has been in surplus for 3 consecutive years. Our current account deficit is shrinking. Interest rates are declining. And the average annual rate of depreciation of the cedi is at its lowest for any first-term government in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, the President went on to say, our economic growth has rebounded to place Ghana among the fastest growing economies in the world for 3 years in a row, and at an annual average of 7%, up from 3.4% in 2016. And if the NDC members here are paying attention, the annual average of 7%, up from the 3.4% in 2016, the lowest in nearly 3 decades. The international investor community has recognized the development, resulting in Ghana today being the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. The sovereign credit rating agencies have upgraded our rating and also improved the outlook for this year, notwithstanding the fact that it is an election year. Mr. Speaker, these are unimpeachable facts. And I did say that no examiner, though honest examiner of this government performance, can put his hands on his chest and say that it was reckless borrowing and misuse of public purse that has created economic problems we see today. The fact remains, COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, these have decimated even the most advanced and robust economies worldwide, including UK, US, China, and the European Union. Mr. Speaker, every member of parliament here in the minimum follows the international news. Every member of parliament here knows about the state of the global economy. The deputy ranking member of finance, the minority leader, the deputy minority leader, my respected Honorable Eric Opoku, all of these prominent members on the minority bench cannot claim innocence or ignorance or to be unaware of the global economic situation. Honorable Kweku Ricketts is someone who follows international economic and trade matters, and he knows that the UK economy is in a very bad state. He knows the economic challenges that EU is facing. The mighty United States of America is in disarray because of the war in Ukraine. Why is it that when it comes to their own country, they are in a state of self-denial? Why do they want to say that Ghana is worse off when we have mighty South Africa with all its resources, yet there is doom so? Why is the NDC not commending the Akufo-Addo government for putting in measures to ensure the lights are on? The lights are on. Mr. Speaker, the hard truth is that the lights are on. The hard truth that in spite of the challenges, Ghanaians go back home at night and they sleep under their fans and air conditions. The fact remains that those major economies, according to Goldman Sachs,
Honorable Leader, you should be winding up.
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that these major economies are recording downward trend in economic growth. Yet, our friends would want to create an impression that this government has done nothing. Mr. Speaker, if you come to education, Mr. Speaker, our TVET and all our technical schools were virtually abandoned. Mr. Speaker, today, the records have it that we have witnessed over 400% rise in student enrollment into our TVET from 2015 to 2020. And again, Mr. Speaker, we have had a significant enrollment that has doubled from 25,000 in 2015 to about 100,000 students in 2020. NVTI saw a 300% increase in numbers as well. Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure, 34 facilities have been renovated, and the NVTI has recruited over 3,400 personnel. Mr. Speaker, government has introduced a STEM being implemented in 10 areas. Schools are being equipped with laboratories and ICT centers. The E-block facilities that were abandoned, Mr. Speaker, quite a number have been completed. Mr. Speaker, if you come to our fisher folks, under the NDC, they took a facility, the CDB loan, China Development Bank facility. Mr. Speaker, they failed to access that facility. The then Mr. Tekpe, the finance minister, came to this house to seek capping of the facility. Mr. Speaker, I am able to say with pride that in the history of the Fourth Republic, it is only the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government that has implemented the landing beach facility for our fisher folks. In more than 10 landing beach projects are ongoing at various landing beach sites. Mr. Speaker, Keta has benefited, Mori has benefited, Senya has benefited, Efutu has benefited. And Mr. Speaker, not only are they constructing the landing beach project, but Mr. Speaker, they are also adding facilities that would make artisanal fishing profitable. Mr. Speaker, almost every week we get many of our colleagues filing questions on roads. And Mr. Speaker, for this meeting alone, we have 155 questions coming from the minority. They want these roads to be fixed, and the roads have been fixed, and there are more to be fixed. You keep filing more questions. Mr. Speaker, how then do you turn around to say that the very questions that you've asked, which you've received answers through implementation of roads, you are saying that these were reckless borrowing? Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by saying that clearly this government has lived up to its promise. This government has admitted the crisis that it faces and has not thrown its hands in despair. Mr. Speaker, the President exercised his constitutional mandate, and same was characterized by a full presidential honesty regarding the challenges that Ghana faces. Moreover, it provided firm leadership on how the President intends to lead towards recovery from its current economic difficulties. The address instilled hope that Ghana is on a track to achieve a buoyant economy once again. In the light of this, Mr. Speaker, it is only appropriate to express gratitude to the President for his efforts in fulfilling his constitutional mandate. It is essential to underscore the significance of the President's message, which demonstrated his commitment to Ghana's progress. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to approach this debate with all sincerity, so that, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we shall convey through Mr. Speaker our gratitude as required of us by our own rules of the House. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I would want to thank you for the opportunity and, Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of Hansard, table my written submission so that, Mr. Speaker, posterity will read, so that history will read, so that students of political science and students of history and those who are interested in Ghana's democracy would come and read that indeed a time came where, in approaching a matter like this, sincerity was the main approach adopted. Mr. Speaker, I so thank you.
Very well. The honourable members. What?
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order against the request by the Deputy Majority Leader to table that document, which we don't know the content. Mr. Speaker, we don't know the content of that document. He has spoken. He debated. Your voice has been captured. The Hansard has captured everything. If you are submitting a different document which we don't know, we will not take it.
Honourable Leader, he has made his submission. That is what the Hansard is going to capture. So, once he's tabling, he can table for purpose of honourable members, please, for the purposes of records, the Hansard will capture what he has. Honourable members, please. Honourable Akando, please, why? I am saying the records will capture what he has already submitted. So what is your problem? So your problem is with the table of the...
Mr. Speaker, if our colleagues want all of us to learn from each other, I've heard them. May I make my point? Mr. Speaker, what I am seeking to do, or what I've just done, is not a novelty. Mr. Speaker, we have time without number witnessed occasion. Yes. If you keep quiet, you can have your turn. Honorable Akando. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, where written submissions, it's not my first time of tendering my written submission. It's not. Yes, it is allowed, Mr. Speaker, in a debate. Mr. Speaker, in a debate, you are allowed to tender your document that you rely on. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, they should, Mr. Speaker, we've had occasions where our colleagues have tendered pictures, documents as evidence. Mr. Speaker, I have tendered my written submission. It is done. The majority leader has done so on several occasions. The minority leader has done so. Mr. Speaker, they cannot stop the tendering, the tabling of my written submission. Are they saying that there is no meat for tendering your written submission? It is never the case. Mr. Speaker, it is never the case. They should get it right. You are wrong.
Honourable members, please resume your seat. Honourable member for Wa Central, resume your seat. Bongo, resume your seat. Let him hear you. So, leader, you can take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, movers and seconders of motions to thank His Excellency always speak on their tables. Today, the opportunity was created for the mover of the motion to move to the bar to speak there. Mr. Speaker, it is presentation of business statements that happens there. Ministerial statements happens there. Mr. Speaker, closing remarks of the leaders and the minority and the majority happens there. Mr. Speaker, closing remarks, if we are beaten by time, always what the leaders do is, for want of time, the Speaker, we want to entreat the Hansard Department to capture the entire statement as having been presented. The Speaker, what we are doing today, before a member will present a report of a committee and say for want of time, they want to entreat the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been presented. Copies of those reports are given to members. They are signed, the Speaker has a full notice. Mr. Speaker, on statements that are presented by this House, those statements can be presented without a copy being given to you and some being given to members. This is a debate. In debate, we have rules of debate. Rules of debate means when certain controversial issues are made, when debate is taking place, there's opportunity for members to clear those controversial issues through point of order. Mr. Speaker, in debating, you have debated, and what you have said is recorded. So if after that you present a written statement, maybe there are figures in the written statements which were not said here, and which the Hansard Department will later capture. Then universities will come and take that Hansard Department as if they are going to use it as a research document. It's as members of Parliament were seated there when those presentations were made. So, Speaker, with all due respect, having presented this submission that I've given to you, I think the deputy majority that has moved a motion that we should thank His Excellency. Whatever he has said has been recorded. The Hansard Department, they are seated here. There's a verbatim report of whatever has been said here. So, Mr. Speaker, enough of that. If you take this presentation, what are you going to do with it? Once the paper has been presented, it's assumed as if it has been laid. And once that paper has been laid, it must find space in the Hansard. This is why members on this side and the former majority leader, Honorable James Klute Abeji, who has been in this house for at least 19 years. By next year, he will have been 20 years in this chamber. He said that, Mr. Speaker, we must not entertain this convention. So with all due respect, we can give the document to the mover. Enough of that. What he has said, we heard it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I said earlier that the Hansard will record exactly what he has spoken on. Probably he made reference to the written statement, but per the rules of engagement on debates, we cannot take that particular statement. Whatever reference he has made is already captured on his speech, and therefore Hansard will definitely capture exactly what he has spoken to us. So, with respect to me coming to the podium to speak, I will also allow the ranking or whoever. Honourable members, whoever is coming to second the motion, this is a motion. Whoever is also coming to second the motion, I'll give him that platform to also speak to. But I haven't called you. Leader,
Mr. Speaker, he's warming up. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this chamber provides us a platform to learn.
Yes.
And I would always be ready to learn and acquire knowledge. I have listened to the argument by the Honorable Minority Chief Whip and Deputy Minority Chief Whip.
Honorable Bongo, please sit down.
Nobody's challenging the ruling.
If he's challenging my ruling, is it your case? You just allow him to. Yes, Linda, let's hear you, but please.
Mr. Speaker, today, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, I want us to engage in a good discourse, so pay attention. The mainstay of your submission was to the effect that an attempt by me to table my written submission, although I've had an opportunity to do so with advocate, is not known to our rules. And I agree with you. If that is the mainstay, and if your argument is that we should go by the rules, that's fine. But the question again is that this very debate, is it also grounded in the rules? Because, Mr. Speaker, time and again, we have argued that we are guided by practice and conventions, as well as our rules and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are debating a motion to thank the President. There is no way in our rules book that talks about moving a motion to debate on a message of a state, the state of the nation, when delivered by the President. But by practice and convention, we as a house, Mr. Speaker, you know, this thing that you would not have patience. Ahmed was loud, shouted, everybody was quiet. You've been a student leader before, you should know better. You should keep quiet if we want to learn and learn well. Your silence is required. Mr. Speaker, we listen to Ahmed.
Honorable leader,
Mr. Speaker, we listen to Ahmed.
Please wind up what we are. I've already ruled.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging your ruling, but it is important that we put the case across. Mr. Speaker, it is important. It is important so that tomorrow we will know what we are doing. I'm not worried about you ruling in their favor, but I'm making this point for posterity. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing now is not in any way anchored in our rules book, but we have adopted this as a practice. And Mr. Speaker, without more, I want to state that this is not the first time. This is not the first time that in a debate, a written submission is being tendered. I rest my case.
Well. Honorable Okujeto, please, you resume your seat. I've already ruled on this. we'll move on with the debate. So I'll call on the ranking to come and second the motion. You have 25 minutes. Honorable members, I should make this information clear to all of you. Leadership have agreed that this debate we are going to have this week and next week, we are not going to have any point of order, any interruption whatsoever. So I'm not going to entertain any point of order, any interruption. That is agreement of the leadership. So if you have anything against someone who is speaking and you don't share with him, please note it, so that once you take your time, you can address that particular issue. That is the position of leadership. It's not me, leadership. So please bear with me, bear with leadership, so that we have a very good debate. So, Honorable, who is very well.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your kindness. But to assure my colleagues that it's easy to come here, so just take your time. We'll be here very soon. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion to thank the President for fulfilling his constitutional mandate to deliver a message to the House. But Mr. Speaker, I sat in this chamber yesterday and I thought somehow I was living in paradise. The picture of the country that I heard the President paint made me think that the President is not part of us. The President does not appreciate the suffering and the pain and the difficulties that Ghanaians are going through. Unfortunately, after painting paradise, he then said he's gone to IMF to ask them to remove us from help. So I was saying, why that contradiction? If you have managed this economy so well and everything is so beautiful, how come you are now with the IMF? Not that you are just with IMF, but you don't even qualify to be given a loan by the IMF unless you decide to take people's monies that they have given you that you have refused to pay from them. Unless you go around the whole international community begging them to beg your friendly nations to forgive you your debts. But Mr. Speaker, the sovereignty of a country resides in the trust and the credibility of that country. And that when a country borrows, your biggest pride is your ability to pay. Immediately you get to the point where you say you cannot pay, you become a country of straw, and your sovereignty means nothing to the investor. And that is where we are as a country. Mr. Speaker, I heard the President trying to compare what he inherited in 2016 to the economy that he managed. Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that in 2015-2016, our neighbors and the global economy went into recession. Our neighbors, Nigeria, was in recession. Congo was in recession. Ghana was never in recession. And if you understand what it is to record 3.6% when your neighbors are in recession, recording negative growth, you will salute His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for prudence and better economic management. But Mr. Speaker, we did this. We did this without borrowing 1 penny from the Bank of Ghana. For you, you are borrowing 55 billion in 1 year from the Bank of Ghana. You borrowed 35 billion in the previous years from Bank of Ghana. Cumulatively, you borrowed 90 billion of printed money at the Bank of Ghana. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama delivered this economy that was in recession across the globe without taking a penny from the Bank of Ghana. And I want you to learn from the good example of John Dramani Mahama. And if they don't, the IMF will impose it on you that you should not borrow again from the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the economy that they inherited in 2017 was such a solid economy that they raised all the monies to finance the budget from Ghana without going to the European market.
How can you inherit an economy that financed your budget fully, that gave you all the money that you need, and you didn't have to go to raise Eurobond money, and yet you said that was a damaged economy? When you now start developing your proper economy, you started going to the Eurobond market to take $3 billion a year. $3 billion a year. And you were borrowing as if it was free money until the economy crashed. And you realize that there's no free lunch and you need to pay. But Mr. Speaker, in the same period that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ran this economy, in 2016, he invested 3.4% of the total GDP on infrastructure. So when we call John Mahama the king of infrastructure, that is the evidence that people know. Unlike you, who will come and say you have constructed kilometers of roads without mentioning those roads, John Mahama will mention a hospital just here at the break. We will mention the University of Ghana Medical School. We will mention clear facilities, and we don't count our infrastructure in kilometers because we want you to identify the roads. You even come to my region and you still talk about kilometers. Can't you point to the road? And it's strange that you would make the argument that because the Minister for Roads is busy answering questions every Friday in Parliament, which is a sign that the roads are not being done, that is why he's always here. If the roads are done, he won't be here. It is because the roads are not done, he spends all his Fridays in the chamber and not at the ministry, because he must answer why he's not developing our roads. Mr. Speaker, when you manage an economy, you manage an economy not just for growth, you manage an economy within sustainable framework. You must make sure that your fiscal framework is so sustainable that you can continue to generate the growth for several years to come, not for some years to come. Mr. Speaker, when you manage an economy, you must manage your monetary policy framework in such a way that you can control price development. Mr. Speaker, when you manage an economy, we must be aware that the external vulnerabilities that will hit the country must be managed so that any time there's disaster, you are ready and prepared with resilience to deal with them. Mr. Speaker, we had a group of people who manage this economy without regard to any of these. And Mr. Speaker, I would like the President to go and read his own request to the IMF for the rapid credit facility that he presented to the IMF in 2020 to be saved. Mr. Speaker, all the 5% they kept mentioning here in Parliament, the 3.9% they kept mentioning here in Parliament, when they went to IMF to collect $1 billion to come and save themselves, they now spoke the truth to the IMF. They now said that in 2018, they did a deficit of 7%. Does that look like 5%? They said in 2019, they did 7.5% deficit. They said in 2019, their primary balance, they had borrowed in excess of 4.7% of GDP just to help pay debt. Mr. Speaker, the Article 4 review of Ghana's economy by the IMF only in 2021 indicated that by 2020, we were spending 129% of our total revenue and grants just to service debt. So we still have to now borrow to pay workers. We have to borrow to pay statutory funds. We have to borrow to pay for goods and services. We have to borrow to pay for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, who manages an economy like this? Where everything. So when the president was flying with the private jet, he was borrowing. In fact, if the president was leaving the Flagstaff House to come to Parliament, he has to borrow to pay for fuel. Mr. Speaker, if the president was to write a communication to Speaker, he must borrow to buy the sheet of paper. Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of economy that you run for us. You ran this economy into crisis because you did not know that in managing an economy, you must manage fiscal sustainability, which you didn't know. Mr. Speaker, we ended in 2023 when the president came to tell us through his finance minister that he owes 52 billion in interest payment to domestic lenders alone who gave him money. He will have to pay another 22 billion to foreigners who gave us the money. Mr. Speaker, cumulatively, we were paying debt service of 74 billion in 2023. How is that possible? But Mr. Speaker, you move your expenditure as a poor, broke country from 70 billion in 2019 to 205 billion in 2023. Are you a magician? How can you move from 70 billion? By 2021, you have doubled your entire expenditure to 142 billion from 70 billion. And you are now moving towards uncharted territory. We are lucky the global market decided to put the brakes on us. They would have found very good reasons to explain how even Japan has debt to GDP of 200%. They would have definitely found reasons to explain why we are not the only people in this shape. But Mr. Speaker, excuse my language, you don't run an economy as if there is no tomorrow. The fact that you want to provide things for your citizens doesn't mean that you should break the bank to do it. You must do it and cut your coat according to your size. It is not possible to keep spending and now arrive to be celebrating that, as for me, I have declared that I'm a man of straw. I can't pay debt. If you give me money, you are on your own. But I am able to succeed in telling you that lose 83 billion of your money, and that is a celebration. That you are so proud that retired chief justices were all over the street complaining about their pensions. That for the first time they sat in the gallery begging us to look up to them and salvage them from the wickedness of this government. Mr. Speaker, recklessness in managing our fiscal and in managing our public debt is an understatement. How on earth do you move our public debt from 120 billion to almost 600 billion, 480 billion more? And when you ask you say you have done kilometers without pointing to the road. When we ask you, you say you have delivered health care without pointing to one hospital. Mr. Speaker, if you put a sick person in an ambulance and you arrive at no hospital, can you treat that person? Can you treat somebody in an ambulance and entertain an inpatient in an ambulance? And you think that buying an ambulance is the biggest job than the one who built the bricks and mortar? Go to Volga, we are proud because His Excellency built for us a regional hospital. Go to WA, and they are so proud because His Excellency built them a hospital. Go to RICH, and we are very proud of that. Go to the University of Ghana Medical School. Go to the data center, one of the best data centers that we can find in West Africa. Mr. Speaker, go to the digital center that we put up to provide outsourcing that will create millions and thousands of jobs for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we developed the fiber optic backbone of our country when we extended fiber optic from here to Baku. We did the same from Accra to Ho through the Eastern Corridor. It was to provide the enabling environment for the next generation of innovators that will create jobs and sustainability for our country. Mr. Speaker, that is what leadership is about. Leadership is about vision, and a vision that is demonstrated by concrete achievement and not populism and PR management of an economy. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, we have a country where we can't even tell when the next meal will come. Mr. Speaker, we are not the only people affected by COVID. This COVID has suddenly become our do-it-all and end-it-all. Côte d'Ivoire, seeing inflation of 5%. But you have forgotten that Côte d'Ivoire did not borrow 90 billion Ghana cedis from their government and from their Bank of Ghana or their Bank of Côte d'Ivoire. It is because of that inflation is low. It is because of that interest rates are low. It is because of that in Côte d'Ivoire, you will not find the depreciation of the currency where we are. You inherited an economy where the cedi was depreciating at 9% in 2016. By 2019, before COVID, you are already depreciating by 13.5%. And you still have the courage and look us in the face and say it is COVID and Russia-Ukraine war. In 2019, when you were spending 91% of your total revenue and grants to service debt, leaving only 9% to manage the economy, we didn't have COVID. Mr. Speaker, the Ashanti occasion. It is obvious that we are struggling to carry our load. And the one to answer the questions is the one to own up to where he has brought us, where he's compromised the future of our country. We spent several years to develop our financial system, develop our capital market, and we spent several years to put people to work. Today, they are home, and we are struggling to get them jobs again. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that if you listen to the president yesterday, I, as a member of the political class, I felt very scandalized that my image and credibility will always be in question. Because the president looked us in the face and told us things that are not supported by the facts. And I, as a member of the political class, I feel that my image is dented by saying things that are not supported by the facts. And we should lead the way from the highest level. It is the reason, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, with his modesty, his humility, and his focus for developing our country will salvage us in 2024. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, we need institutional renewal. At this point in time, we need a leader that is a modest person from before. In John Mohammed's time, taking a commercial flight on international assignments abroad came to him naturally. He didn't have to do it because the economy was in trouble. That is who he is. Mr. Speaker, that is what leads the way and signals everybody who is a public spending officer to be modest in the use of our public purse. But when you have a president who signals opulence and will fly everywhere and spend our money on a cathedral that develops a dam, obviously everybody will lead the way. And that is why corruption at the apex. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the president, but to advise him that where we are is a very slippery road. China is the biggest negotiator and the toughest negotiator in the world. Why China will struggle to join the Paris Club to give us their treatment is because China has never believed that a sovereign country can be poor. China believes that a sovereign country can be broke, but you cannot be poor. And you took them to Inahini to show them that you cannot be poor because you said there is bauxite there. What has happened to the bauxite? Give it to them. You came and took $1.5 billion for Get Fund, and you said it is not public debt. But today you are busy restructuring somebody else's debt, the Dachi debt. How can Dachi debt now be public debt that you are restructuring? Mr. Speaker, we were here when they said ESLA bonds are not government of Ghana debt. But they are busy restructuring ESLA bonds. How are you now restructuring somebody else's debt? We were here when they came and told us that Sino Hydro is better. That's what they told us. Today is the bauxite not there. Why are you not giving bauxite to the Chinese to defray their debt? It is this level of dishonesty and lack of credibility which is harming the political class and making it difficult for all of us to be trusted. And it is important that this is addressed from the highest level of our governance system. Mr. Speaker, I wish to add that by the time this government leaves office, you and I will have a very difficult task to rebuild our country. As a matter of fact, we have to start the independent struggle of our economy right now. And the 2024 election is not a contest between NDC and MPP. It is between Ghanaians rescuing our country from the people who want to destroy us for good. And that is to rescue this government from continuously managing an economy and dealing with us the way that they have developed. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the president touched on irrigation. And I thought that he would have been mentioning one village, one dam. He didn't. He didn't talk about village, one dam. He rather was speaking about Tono and Kong. Tono and Kong projects were financed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama through the Ghana Commercial Agriculture Project. Mr. Speaker, this House approved $150 million for GCAP, which developed the POM project. As a matter of fact, the VIA irrigation project was part of it, but was never implemented, and the money was diverted to planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, the warehouses were built by His Excellency GCAP. And as a matter of fact, Tamni Dam, which he spoke about, is a project I witnessed the sword cutting in Tamni, and today it provides irrigation for 7,000 acres of land. Mr. Speaker, that is what fishing is about. But Mr. Speaker, even then, the president tried so hard to demonstrate that he has built factories and that the industrialization has never been seen before. My children, who are almost about finishing university, came to meet Casapreco. How can you go and paint Casapreco factories and name it one district, one factory? Casapreco has diversified into several things for several years without the support of government. You went on the platform to campaign and promise the people of Ghana that you will deliver one district, one factory. How is that the responsibility of the private sector? Was the private sector with you on the campaign platform when you were telling the people of Boga that they should vote for you to give them a factory? When they now ask you for their factory, you say no private man is interested in investing there. Did the private man make that promise to the people of Boga people? Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, Ghana is in dire straits. Debt restructuring is going to be a very painful exercise that we will spend decades to rebuild our reputation and our credibility. And at this point in time, I dare say that Ghana voted to put our destiny into the wrong hands. And where we have arrived, not even overspeeding will save us, until we are lucky that the president ends his term very quickly. But Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that this is the first time that we are blessed with a president who is older than Ghana and has blessed us with this mess.
We should
Thank
begin.
you very much.
Oh, okay. So, honorable members, we will now begin the actual debate from members. This is just a motion moved, and the seconder has also done his bit. So we now, is honorable member for Honorable Yabuama, is he here? Honorable Jinapo is also not here. So I mean Samuel. So I will.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we have communicated to your clerk at table.
Well,
we have communicated. Yes, Mr.
if
Speaker,
you have changed it, fine.
Mr. Speaker, we've communicated to the clerk at table.
This takes presidency.
Okay. So we will begin. This way. Honorable members, the arrangement is that chairperson and ranking members are supposed to have 15 minutes. So if you present somebody who is not a chairperson or a ranking, it means that person will be given 10 minutes per your own structure. So I want members to be aware of the time that has been allotted to us. So, is not. So it means it's going to be. Let them know, say, not that my friend, 10 minutes. So we will begin with a member for Abuakwa South. Honorable.
What is happening? What is the meaning of all that?
Honorable Samuel Atachia.
Are you the ones who determine who speaks?
Honorable, you have 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Don't listen to them. They don't have the floor. You have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, the pleasure is mine that I should contribute to motion number 9 to the effect that this honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered yesterday. Honorable Speaker, my first observation that this nation is not in a cemetery. And I want my brothers on the other side of the aisle to come to terms with that. The nation is not in a cemetery. And if you care to listen to the president, the primordial message of the president is that we are going through temporal moments. Yes, that is the point of the matter. What we are going through is not for eternity. And it is very sad that we do not respect the fact that every problem has an expiry date. And it is so significant
that when we see that we can galvanize our actions together in hope and be very rest assured that this is for a season and that this great nation will bounce back and the economy will thrive. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a worrying factor. This hallowed chamber is supposed to be a chamber where the members are very educated. In fact, we reflect the thinking of our people. But there is a very worrying factor that I want to talk about, that we want to choose our own set of facts. We want to live in oblivion and live in denial. One of the things that saddens me is when we say that COVID and the Russian-Ukraine war did not have a debilitating effect on the economy. It baffles me like thunder when people say these world events, didn't affect the economies of the world. Honorable Speaker, I do not think we can be wiser than the experts. And I want to refer this House to the experts pronouncing on this matter. And if you care to read, there's a publication dated the 7th day of February 2022. And the authors are Stephanie Onum, Jennifer Cates, and Adam Velesa. I don't know whether my good friend who just spoke, Honorable Adongo, you've paid regard to these experts. Are you listening to your brother here? These experts are saying, and with your kind permission, I'd like to quote, the toll the COVID-19 pandemic has exacted on the global economy has been significant. It's not only the Ghanaian economy. With the International Monetary Fund estimating that median global GDP dropped by 3.9% from 2019 to 2022, making it the worst economic downturn since the Depression, unquote. So what are we talking about? These are the hard facts. And we've had our challenges. Honorable Speaker, what is very important for our purposes, the last time a very good friend of mine, an educated man of this House, was telling me that now the MPP is finding a pathetic alibi that everything that is happening in this country is blamable on the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. And he was telling me in a very banal manner that even when a man cannot perform in the night, he wants to blame it on the on the COVID-19. You know, we don't have to devalue the facts. We don't have to chip in the arguments. But Honorable Speaker, when we had a crisis, this is where leadership mattered. Honorable Speaker, the leadership of Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and the government were up to the task. There's no denying the fact that the handling of the COVID situation was world class. And that's how most of us are alive. And the cost analysis are showing that it was a rape on the nation. People were enjoying free electricity and free water. And with a short memory, we think that it will not have an effect on the economy. What the president said, which gladdened my heart, was a hard fact that there is an audited budget relating to the COVID-19 expenditures. If you are very, worried about the audited accounts and you believe that there is a situation of causing financial loss to the state, you can do a good petition to the CID headquarters and probably you'll have redress. But to live in denial and pretend that the COVID-19 and the cost implications did not have a tolling effect on the economy, it's unfortunate and very pathetic. I don't think we should go that route. It doesn't speak very good well of us. Honorable Speaker, when the president said that we are not able to bring life to those who die, but we can always resuscitate the economy, That is what he did. And I can assure you that this environment will change. We should bear that in mind. It's very important. Well, yes, we are there. It's going to happen. Mr. Speaker, if you do a juster positioning of the situation, I wonder how NDC would have fared if they had the trouble of the COVID together with the Russian-Ukraine war. You couldn't handle as small a matter as doing so.
Cholera.
I'm telling you, these are the hard facts.
Cholera.
I'm sure the nation would have comatose if NDC were in power and then we experienced the COVID-19. You couldn't even put the lights on. When we were enjoying the largesse of President Kufuor in terms of the oil revenues. So please, do not say we don't have the men. If we didn't have the men, under the COVID arrangement, the nation would have comatose. And we should give glory where it is due. Sometimes it's not fair to pretend. That we don't have the men and there's no government. Honourable Speaker, let me turn to another matter of significance. Every debt build-up in a nation should be measured properly. At the moment, we're talking about massive infrastructural rollout, which is what we need, because the infrastructure deficit of this country is very big. What do you do when your revenue levels are low, but there's a mocking infrastructure deficit? You borrow good money and you apply it to where it matters the most. I'm urging upon those who are running this economy to come out with an infrastructure album so that the naysayers will see pictorially what has been done. Like it was tabled yesterday as an annexa. Yes, that's the annexa. You can't deny the roads. Somebody was saying that the sheer fact that the Minister for Roads is brought here to come and answer questions is evidence that no roads have been done. The kind of hell people raise if the minister disrespected your call to come and answer questions. You can't have it both ways. So the government should come out strongly with an infrastructure album and to show pictorially the levels of infrastructure that has been rolled out by the Kufuor government. Obviously, probably with the debt implications as well. And that will stop all the noise. We are fed up with the situation. Even you won't thank us when we come to any part of the country and we do good things. Honourable Speaker, it is very, very important. We need housing, we need roads, we need hospitals, we need energy rollouts, and even drainage infrastructure. And these are all cost factored, and we shouldn't ignore that at all. Honourable Speaker, another matter of importance to me, which I want to stress, is that the economy is being digitalized. And I heard a very prominent statement from the President that there has been serious effort by the Vice President, and it's been nicknamed E-Baumia. Is that what was said? Please, why you have a point of order? Okay. Honourable Speaker, let me quote what the President said in relation to what even some of us who are antiquated in terms of technology didn't appreciate. That the modern economies are changing on the basis of technology. We shouldn't run away from that fact. That when we invest in technology, it will stand us in good stead in the future. And this is what is so important for our consumption. I want to quote with your kind permission. Our need for technological reinforcement within all our structures and spaces is unending. And we will continue to push the frontiers of our engagement with the technologies of information and economic development and human transformation. This nation should embrace the Ibawumia phenomenon. It's going to help us tremendously. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I was elated that the President addressed something which has been mocking us for years in terms of the massive import bill of this nation. There is no economy that will be very functional if your imports, in terms of cost analysis, is more than what you export. More so, when there are a lot of local material we can produce to generate a lot of income and help the local economy. And the President said this, and I'm of the humble view that when the MPP should break the 8, this particular undertaking should be pushed the farthest to release this country from the fetters of, the external forces. Honorable Speaker, let me say this, let me quote this, and then, with your kind permission, I'll resume my seat. In 2021, Ghana's total import bill was put at 13.7 billion, according to GRA and ICUMS. On the evidence of existing local production capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority products in the categories of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Among these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oils, oil palm fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, soaps, detergents, insulated iron, ceramic products, corrugated paper, and paperboard, cement, clinker, and motor vehicles. Honorable Speaker, I believe this is a game changer, that these products can be produced in this country so that the local economy will take, rather than depending on foreign exports. Honorable Speaker, this is how I end. We as a nation should not surrender to the limitations of the moment, especially our good friends on the other side of the aisle who are very despondent. Again, I say, let us free ourselves from the shackles of despair. The economy will bounce back into glory. We better believe that. If it is not good and you wish this government ill, what kind of economy are you going to inherit? You'll be in the pit from day one. So your economy should be good. So that in a likely event that you come and succeed us, you have something to, use to develop this nation. This is a commitment of the President, and we should all rally behind him, that there's light at the end of the tunnel. I'm grateful to you, Honorable Speaker, for this space.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Abuakwa South. We will now come to the turn of Honorable John Jinapo, who is also a ranking member, and therefore 15 minutes is allotted to you. So, Honorable Member, you may take your floor now. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do know that in your heart of hearts, you wish you could invite me to that table. But once Honorable Adongo has been there, I'm sure at another time, I'll surely address this house from that table. Because, Mr. Speaker, I feel very, 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 very sad that yesterday the President lost the opportunity to rally the nation. He was supposed to present the State of the Nation address and not the State of COVID address to the people of Ghana. What the President did yesterday was to blame COVID for everything and exonerate himself. That is what the President did yesterday. But unfortunately, for the President, we will debate the State of the Nation and will set the record straight. And I want to set the record straight from following on from what the Deputy Majority Leader said. He says that President Mahama said he cannot reduce electricity.
Deputy Majority Leader, you might want to check the archive. What you said is completely false. In June 2016, we reduced electricity tariffs by 50%. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, we can have our own sets of opinion. Mr. Speaker, I quote from another source. President John Dramani Mahama has been commended for taking a bold and excellent initiative in reducing the much criticized electricity tariff. Source, Ghana Business News, that is one. Two, Ghana News Agency. Mr. Speaker, we speak with facts. On this side of the house, we speak with facts. We just don't argue. And so when I point the facts to you, what you have to do is to contravene these facts with facts. I've given the source, I've given the dates, and I've given the media houses. When it comes to the electricity sector, Mr. Speaker, this same government, and I'll quote again, Mr. Speaker, everything I say, I'll give the source. Running mate to the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has said that President John Dramani Mahama and the National Democratic Congress administration deserve no credit for solving the energy crisis known in local parlance as Dumso. This is John Bawumia. This is not John Dramani Mahama. This is not John Jinapo. This is Dr. Bawumia in 2016 saying that even though President John Dramani Mahama has solved the Dumso problem, he will not give him credit. And I have the video of Dr. Bawumia, not just the media report, the video. At least you can deny media report, video. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia is not credible. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia believes in double standard. Unless you tell me that today's vice president is not somebody you can trust. It's not somebody you can place premium on. He must be consistent. And you people must be consistent. If the vice president in 2016 himself verbally told the people of Ghana that President Mahama has indeed fixed Dumso, he has no business, and the president has no business standing before Parliament and peddling such unsubstantiated allegation that he inherited Dumso. Go and check the records on the PURC. Go and check the records from GRICO, and you will realize that in the whole of 2016, we never declared load shedding. You can concoct your own stories, fabricate your own facts, and come and stand here and misrepresent same, and think that we on the side of the NDC would buy your concocted stories. It will not wash today, it will not wash tomorrow. And let me put it on record. And this is incontrovertible evidence that by the time we were leaving office, we had comprehensively, holistically solved the problem of Dumso that we inherited as a government. That is a fact. And the records speak for themselves. Tell me, then when did you solve Dumso? If you inherited Dumso, which day did you solve Dumso? You tell us. If you inherited Dumso, tell us when you solved it. Which month, which year? Because there can only be a terminal point. If you indeed inherited Dumso, you must tell us that by January or February 2018 or 2017, you resolved Dumso. This issue of inheritance of Dumso can only be the imagination of people who do not understand the energy sector. And as far as I remain the ranking member, I will not allow this false narrative to continue without it being challenged. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that in just less than 1 year, and I mean less than 1 year, in less than 1 year, this government has increased electricity tariffs by 80%. If you don't know, let us tell you. So this your story that you have reduced electricity tariffs is meaningless. And you've had to reduce it because in the finance minister's own statement, and I refer to page 8, paragraph 53, the IMF has compelled him, this government, that you should go and increase electricity tariffs because the tariffs are not reflective. It's in his own statement. He admitted it.
Not only that, they admitted that as part of prior approval, they had to publish the COVID report. And when you go and commit to the IMF that you will publish the COVID report, and indeed it is published, you then turn around after bashing from the public to say that the Auditor General shouldn't have published the report. When you were signing that agreement with the IMF, you didn't know that it was obligatory. And I refer you to paragraph 53. Everything I say here, in chief, everything I say, Mr. Speaker, I give the document, I give the page, and even go to the extent of giving the paragraph. And if it becomes necessary, in that paragraph, even the line, I will tell you whether it's line 3, line 2, or line 4. That is how you debate, Mr. Speaker, and not to come with all kinds of fictitious statements. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to access rate, and I want to deal with the energy sector quickly before I come to the economy, we increased access rate from 50 to 80%. President Akufo-Addo from 80 to 88%. Mr. Speaker, in the petroleum sector, we, by the time we're leaving office, handed over 3 oil fields to this government. This government has not been able to add even one. President Akufo-Addo will go down in history as the only president who added nothing to the petroleum sector in 8 years. You came here with the Arcade deal. It has failed. AGM has withdrawn from the Arcade deal. Just this week, AGM announced that Arcade deal, they will no longer go by it. You came here with the ExxonMobil deal. We told you to be careful. You wouldn't list it. That one too has failed. ExxonMobil issued a statement in 2021 and said that they are no longer interested in this country. What record do you have in the energy sector? And you have the audacity, the temerity, the impudence to come and stand here and tell us that you've done something in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, where is that achievement? President Akufo-Addo must be told the truth that he has failed when it comes to the energy sector.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please.
If it's the word audacity,
Honorable member, please, listen to me. The words are too strong, please. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I said the audacity. And when we say audacity, if you want, I will define it with
honorable member.
It's
please,
not an insultive word.
Please, we can go on with the debate, but please let's respect the well, people are listening. So, our honorable member, it's not just a matter of going to your Google to just reframe it in such a way that the students are here and other people. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please allow me, please.
Mr. Speaker, if the word audacity offends our colleagues on the other side, I withdraw the word audacity and replace it.
Impudence.
I withdraw all.
Withdraw all.
I withdraw all, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I withdraw all.
Yes.
Because, and I hope you are taking care of the time. Because I'm learning from President Mahama. I withdraw all.
Withdraw.
And I apologize to them if they want me to. I don't mind, Mr. Speaker. I'll still make my point.
Honorable member, withdraw and move on.
Let me continue. This is a government that criticized President Mahama for signing the AFSA deal. This government has maintained that we have so much excess capacity. Is that not the case? Immediately the AFSA deal expired, this government has extended that deal by 10 good years. Hey. Not only have they extended it by 10 good years, they have included the take or pay agreement in the new AFSA agreement that they have signed. Oh. If this is not double standard, Mr. Speaker, what else is this? You can't trust them. You cannot trust President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, because when they are in opposition, their tone and their stance is different. Immediately they assume office, they tend to look at the other round. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that this country is in this mess. It is true that COVID has happened. But what you do in any Proper dispensation is that you compare. That's all. That is what you do. Compare Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, to Senegal, to Burkina, to Uganda, to Congo, to war-torn Eritrea. Have their currency depreciated by 53%?
No.
COVID affects everybody.
Yes.
It affects all currencies. When they say there's COVID, it doesn't affect only the Ghanaian cedi. And so all currencies should be performing at par. Your currency, I'm coming there, your currency is even worse than the Ukrainian currency. And you tell us that it is COVID.
Yes.
And that is my worry. You don't even understand the problem. If you understood the problem, then you'll be finding the solution. Which country in Africa has an inflation rate of 54%? Tell us. There's COVID. Which country? One country that has an inflation rate of 54%.
Honorable member, your time. Honorable members, please, I'm monitoring the meeting. You have 15 minutes, please. I'm saying, wind up, please.
So how many minutes more?
You are left with 2 minutes.
2 minutes, I'll do this. Mr. Speaker, I can understand. When you have a government that has failed this way, a government that cannot even appreciate the problem, they would always want you to wind up. But it doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. I'll use the 2 minutes judiciously. They told us that we will never go to IMF. The finance minister was even quoting the Bible. That so-called exit collab and whatever, they went and saw the promised land, and that they won't go to IMF today, tomorrow, or not. Look at where they've ended this. Such an abysmal performance. Mr. Speaker, and you want another 4 years? Another 4 years to kill the people of Ghana? Another 4 years to disseminate the economy? Another 4 years to mutilate the economy? Mr. Speaker, let me state here that you should rather be preparing to write your handing over notes. Even as my uncle Ketiamon, as he's gearing to go to the ministry, please, when you go, just ask for the handing over notes and start writing your handing over notes. Because you are going out of office. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me tell the Minister of Information, Minister of Communication, that I'll be coming to your office to pay a visit to you. And those who are preparing to receive. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable members, please, the debaters, take this note. Since we gave the earlier caution that we are not going to take any point of order, any interruptions, you should also be mindful that you don't specifically mention anybody's name. Because I'm not going to give that person the right of rejoinder or the right of reply. So please debate without mentioning anybody's name. Let's be fair to each other, please. So we move to should I come to you? Honorable Osler. Yes, if you are ready, then let's take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message of the State of the Nation delivered by...
Nana Hima, may you speak up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message of the State of the Nation. One thing that struck me clearly during His Excellency the President's recounting of we got to this position is that Ghanaians really do have a short memory. I remember vividly what we went through during the year of COVID and how pressure was put on us to do whatever was necessary to ensure that this country was spared from the ravages of this pandemic. Money was not an issue then, and nobody did anything to use the words that to spend profligately, as some have indicated. But I'm not surprised that today we've forgotten what we went through and are ascribing all manner of reasons for our current economic state. Because they've already admitted that we have a short memory. But there is nothing that this government has attempted to do which has not been opposed by our friends on the other side of the aisle. Even free SHS ended up in court because our friends on the other side opposed it. But I'm happy that the president has reminded us that 2 million students, pupils, who would otherwise have not had an education by virtue of the fact that the government took upon itself the cost of providing senior high school education, have now been given a chance to succeed in life in whatever vocation they choose for themselves because the basics have been provided for them. It came at cost. 95% of the questions I get asked here relate to when connectivity will be extended to the communities of my colleagues in this House. This guy looking at the slow pace of implementation of rural to go and take a loan, a facility, to expedite the rolling out of Connect this country. That is part of the debt stock of this country. Now, if you look at the fact that from 2009 to 2016, only 7 funny sites were rolled out in this country. 78 in 8 years under the previous government. 78 sites were rolled out in 8 years. But as we speak today, almost 2,000 rural telephony sites have been rolled out, connecting unconnected parts of this country and enabling all of our citizens living in those areas to be part of the fourth industrial revolution going on. It took a facility and a far-sighted government which understood the need for rapid digitalization of our economy to enable us to recover as quickly as possible and become a world-class economy to take those steps. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive, and I'd like to quote from the World Bank President David Malpass, that without digitalization, we won't be able to reap the full benefits of human progress. Digitalization is vital in transforming social services, finance, health, education, and agric. And the IMF March 2021 annual report also indicated that to rebuild our post-COVID economy to recovery, we should remake its root and branch with digitalization leading the way. So it is no accident, this focus that this government has put on digitalization. And we will continue along that path and do whatever it takes to ensure that every citizen of this country is fully connected. The President spoke about some of the initiatives that were undertaken. And with the medical drone delivery service, which has become the largest medical drone delivery service in the world. But when we started it, what did our friends on the other side say? Their women's organizers said the drones were going to spy on the women's breasts in this country. That is how they understood this record-breaking initiative that was introduced by this government. How on earth would you even think in those terms about such a revolutionary initiative which has delivered some 14.8 million units of life-saving medicines, vaccines, and blood products to health facilities in Ghana? How would you think that we're introducing it to spy on women's breasts? But that is the mentality. It's the same mentality which caused them to oppose the National ID project, to oppose the digital address system, to oppose free SHS, to oppose mobile money interoperability, to oppose almost everything that this government tried to introduce, but to which they are and their families are beneficiaries of. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive that we live in this country where our friends on the other side think being in opposition means you have to oppose everything. But we need to move beyond that and think about the interests of our country. Yes, we are in a difficult position currently, but as the President says, this too shall pass. No individual, no company, no organization, no country on this earth has been able to develop without having challenges in the process that they have been able to surmount and overcome. In the same vein, the current challenges that we are going through as a country, we will surmount and overcome. Many of the initiatives that we're undertaking are beginning to bear fruit, and they will continue to do so. And Mr. Speaker, I just returned from the UK, and if people say that in comparing our economy to others, they don't see why we are challenged. Even tomatoes, cucumber, eggs are being rationed in UK department stores. Nowhere in any market in this country are tomatoes being rationed. So like the President indicated, we must count our blessings. We must appreciate the strides that we have made as a country. We must be grateful that the Lord continues to be gracious unto us. Even in the midst of our challenges, the lights are on. There's no doomsday. And if somebody says that electricity prices were reduced by 50% in 2015 when we were sleeping in darkness, I don't know what that person is talking about. We are living witnesses of the fact that we were sleeping in darkness in 2015. And yet they claim they reduced electricity prices. The light is not on. What prices are you reducing? Yes, if the lights are not on, exactly what prices are you reducing? But the fact that you quote some source doesn't mean that what you're quoting is a credible source. We all know that there is something called fake news and misinformation, and it is proliferating in this our time. So you must indicate with much more credibility the sources that you're quoting from, them, merely to state that it's a newspaper publication. Many newspaper publications have been found to be false. Mr. Speaker, so I would not be like our friends on the other side who never see anything good that anyone else has done by themselves, and say that the previous government did attempt to put in place some digital infrastructure. But if you say you put in place the Eastern Corridor fiber from Accra to Boko, that's a palpable lie. The fiber from Accra to Go was done in 2017 under my watch as Minister of Communications during the time of this MPP administration. Accra to Ho was put in place by this administration. Ho to Boku was part of the Eastern Corridor fiber, which was put in place by the previous administration. Please, I choose my words carefully. Don't look so incredulous. What I'm saying is a fact. Thank you. The person I was speaking to knows, and he's smiling now because he was looking shocked. Just listen to me. I'm speaking from facts. Now, even that Eastern Corridor fiber that was put in place during the previous administration was done in such a shoddy manner that we had to go and seek additional financing to lay that fiber properly. But it was there and it is being utilized, and I'll give you the credit because unlike you, if you do something, we will recognize it and give you the credit for it. But please acknowledge the fact that the strides that are being made under this administration in terms of its digitalization are totally, completely unprecedented and has set Ghana on another level when it comes to digital economy in this continent. And that is also a fact. But we thank God that we appreciated the fact that a time would come that we would need that digital infrastructure to help us to live normal. That time was COVID. And we all saw what that did to us. But from integration of databases with our national ID card, which our friends opposed and called for a national boycott of, digitalization of the passport office, a paperless court, digitalization of the DVLA, the Registrar General's Department, births and deaths, SNITs, scholarship secretariat applications, Ghana.gov applications. They are too numerous to mention. every facet of our life has been impacted and improved through the efforts of this government under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Accra Digital Center was an empty shell, I've said so here before, at Dakato when we took office. Now it is full to capacity and providing meaningful jobs to our young people. Please, it is important, and I'll quote from the President's closing remarks, that we recognize that throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearned-for vision from sight. Such moments should not be ones in which despair takes over. Such moments call for strength of character, sense of purpose, and an abiding commitment to the general good. The general good being the interest of this country. So let us continue to believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us. Our teachers are being paid, our nurses are being paid their allowances, free SHS is ongoing, free TVET is ongoing, there are no fuel queues. Even Nigeria is still continuing to experience long at their fuel stations. We don't have any. We don't have any shortages. Our shops and our markets are full. And by God's grace, we have the funds to be able to continue living a decent life. And let's believe in our capacity to overcome our current contemporary problems, because this is also a passing phase and we will surmount it. As the President said, we've done it before and we will do it again. And we pray that the good Lord continues to bless us. But let us stop being so pessimistic in our outlook on life. Let us speak blessings on our country. Let us stop bemoaning our situation as if we are the worst that has ever happened to us. We are much, much better off than many of our neighbors. And many of them come here and their mouths gape and they wonder whether Ghana is a country on the African continent, because they know what they are experiencing in their countries of origin and wherever it is they're coming from. Things are not all doom and gloom. So let's celebrate the successes that we've been able to chalk in all fields of endeavor, and know that no matter how bad it is, we are much better off than many other of our compatriots. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable George Kwaku Rickett-Hagan. But, Honorable Member, before you begin, indulge me to suspend the House for 5 minutes. Also.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Ricky Kagan, take the floor now.
Thank you.
You are ranking, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate of the message on the state of the nation by His Excellency, the President. Mr. Speaker, before I go ahead, I want to correct some erroneous impression created by the President yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the President told us yesterday that when it comes to road infrastructure, he has done more than any president in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, if you take, Mr. Speaker, that is far from the truth. If you take this report here, the Ministry of Roads and Highways completed road project, and you look at it on page 9, Mr. Speaker, they've made a list of interchange constructions from 2009 to 2016 versus 2017 and 2022. On the side of 2009 to 2016, they have given the NDC government Kwame Nkrumah Circle, which is true, the Ring Road flyover, which is true, the Kasua interchange, which is also true, the Gifford Road, and the Airport Hills. They are all true. So 5 of them. On the other side, they have given, from 2017 to 2022, they have given themselves 12 projects then. Mr. Speaker, 6 of these projects actually don't belong to them. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the first one. Mr. Speaker, you come and complete a project does not mean you are the owner of the project. Mr. Speaker, let's start from the first one. The Pokwa interchange. Mr. Speaker, this project was signed under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with the African Development Bank for an amount of 83.6 million United States dollars, with a counterpart payment of 11.1, which was paid under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. How can you then? The designs and everything were done before the MPP government came to power. How can you then come and claim that by completing the project becomes yours? For the same reason why you have taken out the Ofankwa interchange, that it was started by President Kufuor, and therefore you have not allocated it to the NDC. It's the same reason you do not take credit for the Pokwasi interchange. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the second one, the Temamoto Way interchange, phase 1. Mr. Speaker, this was a project funded by Meridian Port Service. It was supposed to be part or something like a corporate social responsibility under the 1.5 billion. But then part of the funding also came from JICA, that is the Japan International Cooperation Agency. They funded this project. Mr. Speaker, the initial amount that came from the Meridian was 7 million, which was signed under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. How then do you come and take the first phase of Tema interchange and claim that that is yours? Mr. Speaker, let's go to the Obechebi interchange phase 1. Mr. Speaker, This project was signed under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for $39.2 million United States dollars with HSBC Bank in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this project was signed in 2016, if you care to know. Now, they are claiming this project. Mr. Speaker, this is three. So these three projects should not be under the right-hand side. You should be under the left-hand side. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the flower pot, which is an ongoing project, this project was signed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with the China Railway Company for an amount of 67 million. Mr. Speaker, for them, for the NPP to claim this project, Mr. Speaker, this is what they have done. They have basically remodeled the project and created an additional cost of 80 million so that they can take credit of this project. Mr. Speaker, there are so many of them here. At least 6 should not be on this side. Therefore, having 5 against 12 should actually be 11 against 6. Mr. Speaker, the president, what he said yesterday, that he is the president who has constructed more roads in the Fourth Republic, is actually not true. Mr. Speaker, let me go on. His Excellency the President admitted yesterday that the Ghana's economy is in shambles. He did admit that. Where he fell short is to take responsibility of the shambles that they have created. Mr. Speaker, when you listen to the President yesterday, it sounds as if his presidency ended in 2019 or the beginning of 2020, February. Because everything that happened before that, he takes credit for it. But everything that happened after February 2020, the President doesn't know anything about it. It is COVID, Russian-Ukraine war, and quite recently, he is even blaming the state-owned enterprises that they are not pulling their weight in terms of supporting him to resolve the problems in the economy. Mr. Speaker, the President doesn't take responsibility for anything. He points out the issues, all right, but when it comes to responsibility, he doesn't take responsibility for it. Mr. Speaker, there's a fancy saying that, and I've said this before, if you build your house with clay and the storm comes and basically raises your house down, when you get out of the rubbles, you begin to blame the storm. But when you wake up and your neighbor's buildings are standing up, you begin to question the materials upon which your building was actually built on. This economy was built on clay. Therefore, when the COVID came, Ghana could not stand it. COVID basically happened almost everywhere in the world. How come that Ghana became the worst performing currency in the world? How come that Ghana's economy tanked? How come that inflation is one of the worst in the world? How come that energy prices are so high here, yet global energy is high, everybody is experiencing that, but it has been so bad in this country? How come unemployment, Mr. Speaker, is worse here in Ghana than in many places? Mr. Speaker, let's go to 2019, where the President claims that we had a rosy economy. Mr. Speaker, the indicators that this government was producing were based on cooked figures. Mr. Speaker, we pointed this out over and over. Do you remember the below the line items? Do you remember when deficit was 7.5, but the government said it was 5%?
George Hagan, Honorable Member, I am not allowing point of order, but please, cook figures, please, just...
Mr. Speaker, I think on our side, we have documented this many times. I think the IMF, the World Bank, if you remember, there was a time different figures were given to us and different figures to the international community.
So does it mean it's cook?
Yes,
you can say wrong figures, but you can say, please withdraw the cook and use other word for me.
Mr. Speaker, the figures were financially engineered. Mr. Speaker, what has got us to where we are today is as a result of bad economic policies, flagship programs that have not resulted to anything. This is the only country that the more food we plant, the less we harvest. Mr. Speaker, planting for food and jobs. We've been pumping over 600 million in addition to the Agriculture Ministry's budget. Yet, the contribution of agriculture to inflation, inflation has actually been going up because the food inflation that we experience, most of it is actually, it comes from there. How can you be planting? How can you have such policies? Yet, food inflation in this country has been going up. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the portion of GDP that is attributed to agriculture, it's been going down year after year. So how can you be having a program that where you are planting for food and jobs, yet you have to tell the Ministry of Agriculture it's going to bring the food from the farm, the farm gate to come and sell them at the ministry? Mr. Speaker,
begin to descend for landing.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think you gave me 15 minutes, and I have probably done only 5. Mr. Speaker, this government has overborrowed, irresponsible borrowing. The figures are, they're giving the figures here, from 120 to almost 600, 480 billion borrowing. I quite remember we had a minister of communication told us almost about 6 years ago that if the economy is about borrowing, he's 17-year-old, who is probably about 23 now, has left university, could manage this economy. I am not quite sure.
Honorable member. Honorable members, please. Please, honorable members. Please, I set the rules. And I said we are not going to allow point of orders. And therefore, don't invite anybody to challenge what we are saying. Please, Honorable Rekitin.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable Rekitin, since I'm not going to allow her to challenge her, please withdraw that. Please.
Honorable Speaker, I think I understand your point. But respected member of Parliament should be addressing the Speaker and not be yelling across from the air. Should be addressing the Speaker. You should know better.
Honorable members, the rules were not set by me. It was set by the leadership. They said we are not going to entertain point of orders, intervention, and those kind of things. So we are just going by the rules set by the leadership. I was not part of even the meeting that they took that decision. Please, Honorable Rekitin, I've already said it. We are not going to allow anybody to, by way of point of order. Please do away with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll just take a clue from what you have said. But I think it was a certain minister who said that her 17-year-old can actually run the economy.
You mentioned Minister for Communication.
But we had one in our.
I will not allow you to continue in this way.
Honorable Minister.
You withdraw it and expunge it from the
Honorable Minister, please. Honorable member, just.
Mr. Speaker, can I go on?
Just withdraw that statement. Yes. Honorable Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, maybe my recollection is not serving me right, but a certain minister said that if it's not the honorable minister, I withdraw and apologize. But a certain minister said that they are 17-year-old can run Ghana's economy if it's about boy. Mr. Speaker, if I can continue.
But your time is almost up. Please.
Before the intervention with the speaker.
So that's what I'm saying. Your time is up. I've already signaled him that his time is up.
Mr. Speaker.
I had already signaled you before this intervention. Honorable Ricketing, didn't I ask you to begin to dissent?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. I'm monitoring my time.
The Speaker, you said that, but the heckling period. So I think you can give me a little time for that period.
Take 2 minutes to wind up, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this government has irresponsibly borrowed, and that's where we are. They have mismanaged the economy through reckless spending and wasteful expenditure. That's where we are. Mr. Speaker, the sad thing about this whole thing is that not only are they incompetent in managing the economy, not only are they incompetent in overborrowing, they have actually been incompetent in restructuring the very debt that they have created. Look at the way they have handled the debt, the domestic debt exchange program. Today you are in, tomorrow you are not. Today pension funds are in, tomorrow they are not. Today individual bondholders are in, tomorrow they are not. And the president tells us yesterday that it has been a successful program. Maybe they don't have a clue what is yet to come. This is not a successful program, Mr. Speaker. We have created a monster in the domestic debt exchange program by creating 2 derivative bonds, one old, one new, and they are going to feed on each other. In the end, the bond market in Ghana here will become problematic, and future government will have a problem in servicing Ghana's debt. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to external debt,
Honorable member, your time is up.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, that's why I need to wind up. Can I wind up? In conclusion,
Honorable members.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, if we should have a scorecard for this government, they will not even feature on the scorecard. Because if you are a country where your bonds are junk, where will you place on 1 to 10? If you are in a country where your real interest rate is negative, as far as I know, negative comes after, or negative is on the left-hand side. It's below 0. Therefore, if a scorecard is done, this government, they say now the
Honorable member, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable member. Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, very soon the economy will be
honorable member, you've gone past your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, please bear with me. I said it earlier. The rules were not set by me. It was set by the leadership. The time allotted to the speakers were allotted by leadership. So it's not me. I'm just checking the time. If your time is up, I'll bail you out. Please, just bear with me. Yes, leader. Oh, you want to contribute? Very well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, they didn't give me your name, but I'll ask you to speak. So I'll give you 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the day before the President's statement to the House, there was an internal meeting amongst both sides. A colleague made a statement which was thought to be in jest, but I've seen it manifest. Very clear what the person meant. Mr. Speaker, it was to this effect: when the President comes to the House, he should not, for Christ's sake, mention the problem of COVID and should also not mention the problem of Ukraine. That's what the person said. I, in response, said to the person that I'll be surprised if these two phrases, two words, or statements didn't come up. By its very nature, opposition is to oppose. So,
what is your problem, a leader?
To some extent,
he's contributing his time. He has 10 minutes. He's doing his debate. What's your problem?
Mr. Speaker, there was confusion. Honorable Katie Hammond does not belong to the front bench. We know exactly where he sits. Today he came to the front bench as the available leader. So if he's making a contribution, the standing orders are very clear. Is that where you are you blaming that on us?
Please. If I have to ask him to go to a seat, I will tell him. For now, I realized he was an available leader. That is why I allow him. Go on.
Thank you very much. Sit down. But it wasn't on record. The mic was off, so nobody heard that. So why are you complaining? That was our cross. Mr. Speaker, by its nature, the position of the opposition party in the country is to oppose, and in fact to do it as vigorously as you possibly can. So sometimes I really don't worry my head much when the opposition is going on. Indeed, if the opposition was to agree on everything with the government of the day, when would they possibly hope to come to government? So, Mr. Speaker, by its very creed, that is what is supposed to be done. What, however, troubles me, Mr. Speaker, when some form of data is churned from somewhere, it's concocted from somewhere, it's discarded from somewhere, and then, Mr. Speaker, it is made to look like it's really what is the word? What is the phrase? The real McCoy. What it really is not. I don't give much credit to some of the so-called data that has been discussed here. I don't worry about it at all. Mr. Speaker, if anybody paid a little attention to what the President was doing yesterday, and I do know those who do not have any respect for history, but Mr. Speaker, with that reference to history, you do not know where you are proceeding towards, because you don't know where you're coming from. Mr. President was pretty clear in his mind yesterday what he was doing. And my colleague who just spoke, I think it was rather the honorable member from, Yape Gusogu. Well, I know his name, my John Junapop. Mr. Speaker, what he said, if it wasn't him, correct me, but I think it was him, that all that the president said yesterday was about, COVID and COVID and COVID. Mr. Speaker, for Christ's sake, I sat here yesterday for all the 1 hour that the president spoke. This is the document. Mr. Speaker, is that a replication of what the president said yesterday? And if it is it all about, what is the name? COVID? Is it about COVID? Mr. Speaker, what the president was speaking to do yesterday was this. We've been in government for close to 6 years now, maybe a little over 6 years now. Let me give you the samples. For the whole of the 4 years preceding now, Mr. Speaker, this is the record of the government. We then came to a point which, for the reasons that the whole world knows, and it really distresses me that my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, are trying to expound this phenomenal, this fact from history. It says that until the time when COVID hit, I mean, do we live in this country and just literally, Mr. Speaker, send out the confettis? You water free, electricity free, that free. America, those social welfare countries, America, Britain, advanced, they do in all these countries, except for a few of them that we know, that's what we do. But for the exigency, because of the exigencies of the time, the Speaker, it was taught by the government that all these things have to be done for the benefit of the citizenry. The Speaker, that all came at a cost. So the president was recounting this matter and said that because of this, because of COVID, but for COVID, we wouldn't have found ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in the predicament that we found ourselves in. I mean, everybody seems to, but not everybody. I think in this country, the only set of people I know, Mr. Speaker, who have decided not to pay any notice, any attention to COVID, I suspect will be my friends here. Because they said that don't talk about this as a matter of factly, even though as a matter of factly, it's a fact that has existed in the world. My colleague, my sister there just came from London, has been talking about tomatoes in London now, it's now an essential commodity. It's ration. Go to these countries and listen to the effect of what COVID has done. And nobody wants to hear about that. And then, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the president says that, Mr. Speaker, president said that every single bomb, every single bullet that is unleashed in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, affects us. I do not see the difficulty in really applying ourselves to that statement. It is a fact. This morning, I'm afraid some of them also don't listen to world news. They listen to world news, you watch television, and you would see the gravity of what's going on in the world. Unfortunately, opposition says, don't talk about this. We're talking about other countries, their currencies, and what I don't know about these other currencies. But refer to solid facts and don't create your own fact. Speaker, it is tough in this world. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, refuses to accept or denies the gravity of the situation in the country. But the solace is that it is not just in Ghana. You may want to accept it or you won't accept it, but it is simply not just Ghana. It's all over. It is not created by... Look, did we create COVID in Accra? Did we create COVID in Obuasi? Mr. Chairman, did we do that from Famina? Well, history is telling us, the scientists are telling us exactly where COVID appears to have come from. Those there are denying. We don't know how it goes. But certainly it is a international disaster that the whole world must be alive to. So we would go on and on about COVID, we don't accept it, Ukraine, we don't accept it. It is the reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker, that COVID is afflicting the world, the Ukraine and war is afflicting the world. There are problems. Mr. President says, let's fight our way, let's struggle our way out of this. That is what we should be talking about. And then, Mr. Speaker, again, it was John. Mr. Speaker was talking about how the NDC solved the doomsday, and it's suggested that the then, not the Vice President, then Mr. Dr. Baumia was alleged to have said that if the NDCs have solved it. We do not have to thank them or anything. Mr. Speaker, this statement, if it was ever spoken at all, must be looked at in the context. 2015 December, I was in the country. 15 December on a specific date, I was at the Ministry of Energy, not as the minister, but I happened to be there on the fateful hour. That particular moment, Mr. Speaker, I was a witness to what happened when forces were put into play, Mr. Speaker, when certain fortunes, political fortunes, Mr. Speaker, were quickly changed. Mr. Speaker, I was there. So if somebody gets up today and says to me that in December 2015, it was because Doomsday was over. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of Doomsday, that there's something not entirely cataclysmic, but at least for the individuals and for those of us who knew, it wasn't entirely good. It happened that particular day, and somebody gets out there. See, this is what Mr. Speaker will talk about institutional memory. I was in opposition, but I happened to be there. That information that John gave Mr. Speaker completely untrue. Because I have the personal experience, and the person who was also a witness, who was affected, the speaker, I'm not sure is in the room now, I'm looking around. I think he danced here. Sabi is laughing because I think he knows what I'm talking about. But the actual person, I think he's left. The speaker, John makes the point again that this government will go down as the only government which hasn't added an iota to the oil development of the oil fields in the country. It may be true if you look at the plain statistics. What he again knows, but he's been economical with the truth and the fact, and he hasn't told the House, is that that whole industry is bogged down in the controversy, court matters. There's a small matter of the relation between Springfield and ENI and Button. The speaker, it's in controversy, it's in court. There's a matter between, talk about Ake. We have difficulties with that. The speaker, it is all in court. What do we do? It talks about this company, ExxonMobil, which left. They didn't leave because of government of Ghana. They left for reasons known to themselves, and he knows about it. Some of these companies, the speaker, have been milking Ghana for what it's worth. He suggests that we shouldn't talk about it.
Honorable Minister Designate, your time.
Mr. Speaker, so let me make.
I grant you 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes. But I'm going to conclude. Mr. Speaker, the President yesterday made the point that you look at, and I think he made this in the context of the development, the industrial development of the country, not just post-COVID, but post-aid, foreign aid to the country. We must seek to develop the country. It has to be developed. We cannot continue as usual. What Mr. President said yesterday was that you guys try and help the House to approve his new Minister of Trade and Industry. Try and... No, but the President said it. The President said it. Huh? What? So, he said, try and approve and let him go there. Because, Mr. Speaker, now it's important. This is what. My friend, I'm going to show you. Kofi. No, it's serious. But it's
Honorable Minister Designate.
Page 16 of the document, if he has it, Kofi, learn to read. 1, 2, 3, paragraph 3. It's here. No, I haven't even started reading and then we're talking about the report, listen to this, the report on the implementation modalities to enhance domestic productivity capacity in this product has been prepared and, once confirmed,
the new Minister for Trade and Industry will roll out urgently series of initiatives to implement the policy. Who is that person? You don't know. Mr. Speaker.
So relax. You just came
Exactly. You heard that one. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite my colleagues to take this matter seriously. Take it seriously. I mean, for nothing else, it's the whole class prefect, Mr. Speaker. I mean, they should accord some dignity to that office and get this. So let's get this matter out of the way quickly, and then let's get to do the job that the president is doing. Mr. Speaker, I think in all,
Leader,
I'm concluding. Mr. Speaker, I think in all, this document is not a dossier about COVID. It is a clear statement of the state of the nation as it is today, with retrospective look at what it was in 2020. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, of course, yes. He has to speak for himself. Yes, honorable member for Wa Central, it is your turn now. You are a ranking member, and therefore you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, to thank the President for coming here to speak on the state of the nation to us and to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I was very much surprised to hear everything the President has said, and indeed very shocked that the President who 8 years ago was campaigning vigorously, telling Ghanaians how he was going to change the economy of this country, now was struggling to say that we are maintaining an economy, struggling to say that...
Yes, honorable member for Wa Central, kindly indulge me and let me also indulge the entire House that the time is past 2. And per our rules, I'll have to beg of you to allow me to continue. So I'm indulging you to allow me to continue the debate. I hope you've agreed. So, honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying I was shocked because this is a president who told all Ghanaians how he was going to change this economy. From the Gokisbed economy, he said he was going to transform the economy and made it productive. Mr. Speaker, 7 years after taking office, the economy is on its knees. The people of Ghana are struggling. And the shocking aspect of it was, when without any warning at all, Mr. President, in the State of the Nation, just announced to us that the government and his government did not borrow recklessly. Mr. Speaker, in psychology, when you are approached by anybody without any question at all and say, oh, I'm not a thief, you have to investigate the person. When the president said, I did not borrow recklessly, when the question of borrowing didn't come at the point he was speaking, it shows that there was something reckless about what he was talking about. And indeed, so much recklessness to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, we now have to pay over 100% of our total revenue in debt servicing. Mr. Speaker, it has never happened in this country in this manner. So much so that we are paying, we have the debt to GDP has overshot 100% grade. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking. So much so that we now have to encounter, for more than 20 years, a deficit of over 50%. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, how will anybody say that this is an economy you can be proud of? It is so terrible that at this stage in our lives, when you are given all the scope to operate, you are finding it difficult to stabilize the economy. You are finding it difficult to make sure Ghanaians are safe. You are finding it difficult to have an economy you can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, the only reason they are explaining, the president explained why we are suffering the way we are suffering, is that there was a COVID and that there is a Ukraine-Russian war. Mr. Speaker, in economic policy decisions, you don't just take a decision at one foot. You take a decision within a domestic setting in consideration of the externalities. If you just take decisions only within the domestic sector, you will fail. Every economy knows that there are external factors that can change the trend of things. If you say because of external factors I have failed, you have failed completely. There's no reason why you should be given the space to continue to rule this country in the manner it is going now. And I do support my colleague when he was saying, at this stage, I'm very confident that Ghanaians would have seen the trend, Ghanaians would have seen the failure, and no Ghanaian would be willing to continue to accommodate this state of affairs from 2024. There's a need for us to definitely change the affairs of this country in a manner that will bring solace to the people. Mr. Speaker, the state is in turmoil, economic turmoil, a situation where transportation is high, in a state where people can no longer meet their daily needs, salaries remain the same, in a state where we can't even buy childhood care vaccines into this country. Mr. Speaker, it is a terrible situation we are facing, not because the vaccines are unavailable, but because they don't have money to pay for it. The worst of it all is that we find a situation where the managers of the economy itself cannot come out to say we accept the responsibility and that we can change affairs, and this is the trend we want to go to change the affairs. There is denial from A to Z. The ministers are denying it. They say it's COVID. The president has denied it. He says it's COVID, it's Ukraine. So who is managing this country? Because we manage situations as they come into our lives. If we fail to manage the situation, you can point out and say, well, I failed because of A, B, C, D. I failed because my master was not teaching me well. You have still failed. When they mark the exams, when they mark your work and give you an E, you can't go home and say, oh, I failed because the teacher was not a good teacher, or it was raining when we were writing and I couldn't hear properly. There's nothing that can explain your failure more than the fact that you have failed yourself, you have deliberately, or you have failed because you are unable to understand and appreciate what you were taught. And that's exactly what is happening today. And essentially, I just want to also make mention of something the president came here to say. In fact, when he came to explain the circumstances under which we were running this country, the lands were destroyed, Galamsey was in full operation, everybody was complaining, our rivers were spoiled. He came to say he was going to bring a minister who was going to address all these challenges. Years after that, Mr. Speaker, we are still seeing the same thing happening. Galamsey is still out there. The nation is facing destruction of our water bodies. The lands are being sold to Galamsey operators. Government officials and government people are in the land, destroying the lands, and nobody knows what is happening. Mr. Speaker, we are in a very terrible situation. And let me just mention to you, from January this year onwards, after all that there has been said about the fight against Galamsey, from January this year onwards, the
forest reserves areas in this country, in Numresu, in Bro, Tintin, in Kubi, in Watreso, in Adomsu, in Bonsu, in Benchakrum, in Amposwase, in Apapraman, in Pomposo, and all the areas, all these reserve areas, from January onwards, after we have cried so much about the destruction of land, the Speaker, their Galamsey operations are alive there, destruction of lands are continuing, and the President has come here. He only devoted just 20, on page 20 of his remarks, he just talked about briefly, in less than a paragraph, a small space of land, small space approved, indicated in his speech, saying simply that we have allowed, we are still fighting Galamsey, and that we are now having to have situations of community mining taking place. Just that. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be a serious president seeking to save this land. Apart from the economic failure, our lands are failing. Apart from that, security, Mr. Speaker, security itself is in danger. Just watch what happened in Wa, what happened in Ashama. Soldiers move into neighborhoods, take human beings, destroy them the way they did, place them down and beat them. This is Ghana. This is Nana Akufo-Addo Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are in terrible hands. We cannot trust this government for the period left. I think that Ghanaians must awake to the situation we find ourselves. The state of the nation, as described yesterday, was far below what we expected to see. We have everything lost to the ground, and the president could not admit to anything. So I want to make this brief statement that, Mr. Speaker, we need to still have a State of the Nation address, the State of the Nation address to us. What the president came here to say was simply to tell us what did not happen or what is not the situation. What is not the situation is that we are not in a situation where you have the president managing an economy he has come to praise here. What is not the situation is that we are not in a situation where the president is describing Ghana as he described it yesterday. We are in the period when, in 1983, when the president of Ghana at the time, President Jerry Rawlings, was moving everybody along to save us from the dangers of the disaster that was facing us, economic mismanagement and everything. What force he brought in to save us, the Speaker, that situation is what is happening now. And there's no such Jerry Rawlings to come and do that. And the only thing we can say is that we don't want a situation like that anymore. What we are asking for is for the people of Ghana to reassess the president and his government and please do a change, significant change in 2024 so we can move forward and change the circumstances of things in this country and save the people of Ghana from this very terrible situation we find ourselves. And the lies all over that we're told about how they want to change the country from the economic difficulties they define to to a situation of development. Mr. Speaker, I just want to also say that the argument about Dumsor is well defined, and that we do not have Dumsor now because in 2016 there was no Dumsor. Consistently, there hasn't been Dumsor from there. And yes, from 2016 onwards, there had not been Dumsor. And the reason there was no Dumsor was because the president took responsibility. He took responsibility and said, we are responsible and we will change the circumstances. And they changed the circumstances. And Mr. Speaker, what brought about Dumsor, the story has to be told. It was not the mismanagement of the past. Dumsor was not the mismanagement of John Mahama. It was the inability of the previous government to infuse anything, it's true, to infuse development into this country. From the period of John Kufuor, you are here.
there was no direct government intervention in creating value, in creating electricity supply, in creating, in developing any power generation in this country. Yes, there was an investment that did not materialize, which was the exchange that was made. Mr. Speaker, for the 8 years of John Kufuor, we did not see any investment to create value in electricity. And so when John Mahama came, it accumulated with the increase in investment. And so there was a need to catch up there, to make it up. And that was the reason why we did all that we did. And by 2016, the situation had been arrested. Rather than praising John Mahama for giving you a situation like this, which enabled you to start your government to run, and which you failed, you rather continue to blame him. Mr. Speaker, I think that argument must be stopped. I mean, that accusation against John Mahama and against NDC must be stopped. It must end. You failed for 8 years to invest in electricity generation, and it accumulated in doomsday in John Mahama's period. He took responsibility of it and worked with it. And by 2016, we had killed the problem. You came to take over a government that did not have doomsday, and you failed still, Mr. Speaker. They still have failed. And in the end, we expect that they should rather appreciate what we did for them rather than accuse us. Mr. Speaker, underneath all this is failure in economic management, is failure in government that define everything today. You have failed in government, you have failed in economic management, you have failed in managing our economy. And that's why
Honorable Peko, you should begin to wind up.
And that is why we are having all these challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but indeed, it is important for all of us to know that nobody created doomsday but the previous government who did not invest in it. And that we only solved the problem. And in solving the problem, we need to be praised and not to be accused, Mr. Speaker.
Let him now come to Honorable John Kuma. John, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to contribute to the debate on the speech delivered by His Excellency the President of Ghana on the occasion of the State of the Nation's address to this House. The President's speech was a reminder of how far we have come as a nation and how much progress we have made since his administration took over the reins of leadership of this country. It was also a call to action, urging us to continue on the path of growth and development and believe in ourselves and our capacity to overcome the current challenges that confront our nation. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak in support of several other voices that have spoken earlier to agree with His Excellency the President on what he said on page 7 of his speech. And I quote, "Mr. Speaker, let me state emphatically that we have not been reckless in borrowing and in spending. It is worth noting that the debts we are servicing were not only contracted during the period of this administration." Mr. Speaker, to agree with this assertion, I want to recount a very short story that took place on 6th March in Ejuso during the celebration. Mr. Speaker, 4 students received the Municipal Best Students Award on the 6th March in Ejuso. 2 of them at the WASI level, 2 of them at the BEC level. Mr. Speaker, the WASI students who received Best Award in Ejuso, 2 of them, 1 male, 1 female, unfortunately are still at home because they could not even afford university or tertiary admission forms to pursue further studies. Mr. Speaker, like several other colleagues, I had to intervene to grant them full scholarship so they will continue next year to pursue further education. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that the 2 other students
who were also awarded from the BEC level to WASI level. One of them came in his Prempeh College uniform.
Yeah.
The lady also came in her St. Louis Senior High School uniform.
Yeah.
Because their parents didn't have to pay school fees.
Yeah.
Both tuition and boarding fees. A benevolent president, President Nana Addo Dankwa, had paid fully for them.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the president has paid not only for the two of them, but for 1.3 million other children in our country.
Yeah.
And Mr. Speaker, in this State of the Nation address, we were told that already 2 million Ghanaian children have benefited from the free SHS student. We can only be grateful to His Excellency the President and to assure Ghanaians that indeed the borrowings to expand infrastructure in our country is worthwhile. Mr. Speaker, I wish to refute some of the propaganda that have been put out by our friends on the other side. One friend said that we have cooked data to the IMF and different data to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that the only time in the history of our country that Ghana has been sanctioned by the World Bank was in 2001 when the NDC, the previous NDC government, lied by data to the World Bank and were fined $40 million in 2001 by the NDC government, Mr. Speaker. So when they tell us we have cooked data to the World Bank, they should show us the sanctions that came along with it. And they hold that record. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side have also spoken wrongfully about the strength of our currency and compared the Ghana cedi. They said we should, when COVID came, we should compare the Ghana cedi with other countries. And they have mentioned countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Togo, Mali. Mr. Speaker, all the countries my friend mentioned, they use the CFA. Today, the current rate of CFA to the dollar is 620. You need 620 CFAs to get $1. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, you need 12 cedis, 50 pesos of the Ghana cedi to get $1. So when they say we have the West currency, what are they talking about? They don't understand the argument. And Mr. Speaker, I challenge them further that even on the continent of Africa, Mr. Speaker, on the continent of Africa, with the exception of Tunisia and Libya, dinari, there is no other currency with a strength stronger than the Ghana cedi. So why are they getting their data from? And I'm challenging them to come with any data to prove. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to do propaganda. Let them prove it with data to see how our currency is the worst in the world. It is not so. And when they are talking about performance of the cedi, it is seasonal and it is periodic. So they should not confuse the two. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the current situation and compare the current NPP leadership with the NDC leadership, as His Excellency mentioned in the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, the fiduciary of every leadership or government is tested in difficult times, and your rate of competence is measured in difficult times. Mr. Speaker, whilst our friends in 5 years could not resolve Junso and are here struggling to tell us when it ended, they cannot compare their incompetent handling of Junso to what is currently happening in our country. Mr. Speaker, what is globally accepted is the fact that the difficulty that our economy is going through today is as a result of exogenous factors, COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war. But Mr. Speaker, our government, led by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, have not folded our arms. We have risen to the occasion. And so far, all the steps that are being taken are pointing to a good recovery of the economy in the nearest future. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghana has successfully undertaken the domestic debt exchange program as one of the conditions leading to the IMF program. And Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians have already begun to see the good benefits of the domestic debt exchange program. Last week, the Treasury bill rate in our country, which was at 35%. Mr. Speaker, which was at 35%. Today, as we speak, and yesterday, Treasury bills rate has been reduced from 35% to 24%, and it is because of the domestic debt exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, it's not only the debt rate coming down, it's not only the coupon rate coming down, we also had oversubscription, even at the 24%, by 121%. Mr. Speaker, we are going to see further reduction in the coupon rates of the T-bills. What that portends for our country, Mr. Speaker, what that portends for our country is that inflation will taper down and cost of borrowing for the private sector will also go down, and this will restore economic stability and promote inclusive growth for our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, all the initiatives and financial reforms and interventions by this government is pointing to the positive direction that even though currently we are facing some difficulties, we are eventually going to have this economy restored. We are definitely going to see much macro stability in our country, and we are going to see a more stable economy. So the government understands the challenges. We are coming out with innovative ideas and interventions to restore them. One of the key problems we're facing was the exchange rate losses. We quickly, as said also in the State of the Nation address, introduced the Gold for Oil program. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of that program is in two fronts. First of all, we are having stability in the exchange front, and we are also ensuring that there's availability of products at our pump at an affordable rate. Mr. Speaker, this can only be described as very innovative, and this is what the NPP government, the competent NPP government, the innovative NPP government is delivering for the people of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, before I end, I just want to agree with the last quotation from His Excellency the President, when he says that things may be dire today. And Mr. Speaker, our colleague said that the President didn't show that he understands the reality of today. He stated that things may be dire today. Nonetheless, we must count our blessings. Our petrol stations have fuel. We have been spared long, winding queues to fuel our vehicles. Our markets and shops are, by the grace of God, well stocked, and we have not been faced with the prospect of rationing of basic necessities such as fruits and vegetables. Our children's schooling has not been interrupted. We have continued to provide free SHS, free TVET, and pay teacher and nursing training allowances. Our electricity supply has been consistent, and we have been spared the hardship of doom so during such a trying time. Our country continues to be stable and at peace. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to thank His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo for his visionary leadership. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is now the turn of Honorable Samuel Kujuta Brakwa. Honorable, you are ranking, you have 15 minutes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking right after the Deputy Minister for Finance and listening to all of those assurances he has just given to this House, I really wonder what to make of it. This is the same Deputy Minister for Finance who not too long ago told us that we are not going to the IMF today, we are not going to the IMF tomorrow, we are never going to the IMF under President Akufo-Addo's tenure. He has not apologized to this House, he has not apologized to the Ghanaian people, and he is back here giving us fresh assurances. I don't know what to make of those assurances. And you see, Mr. Speaker, he seems to be learning so well and so fast from his boss, His Excellency the President himself. Mr. Speaker, I've been going through the past State of the Nation addresses, properly so-called the message of the State of the Nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to His Excellency the President that when he is coming before us, he should try and read his previous address. He should go through all the promises he made to the Ghanaian people. Year after year after year, Mr. Speaker,
the president promises, he forgets, then he moves on to make another promise, he forgets, then he moves on to make another promise. Mr. Speaker, 2017, message of the State of the Nation, the president told this House at page 13 that, Mr. Speaker, government will work with Parliament to pass the affirmative action bill to increase women's involvement in decision-making at all levels and enable us to achieve our current objective of 30% participation of women in public appointments. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Women's Day. The president was speaking on International Women's Day. He's forgotten about this promise. He's made this promise year after year after year, and he refuses to bring the affirmative action bill to Parliament. The Ghanaian woman is waiting for this bill to be passed. Same 2017, the president told us that, quote, page 5, I will not allow the economy to collapse on my watch, unquote. Here we are, the economy has collapsed. He's telling us that talks with China is going well, talk with the Paris Club is going well, and very soon they will come to our rescue. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on about the promises of this president. 2018, message of the State of the Nation address. He said that we will make Accra the cleanest city in Africa, phase 6. He says that we will build a railway from Takoradi to Paga. Mr. Speaker, the president said that he will construct industrial parks in every regional capital. 2019 message of the State of the Nation, page 9, the president said, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely excited to announce the regeneration plans of Nima that will dislodge residents and transform Nima into a well laid out residential area full of amenities, page 9. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what to make of the president and his ministers when they come here giving assurances and making promises. Mr. Speaker, there were fatal omissions in the president's delivery yesterday. Very fatal omissions. One of those fatal omissions is the fact that as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, only the previous day, Tuesday, there was a major development. The good people of Ashaiman had come under attack. And let me add that as Commander-in-Chief, he should first of all have commiserated with the family and with the Ghana Armed Forces on the loss of the soldier. The president did not say a word. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the president is happy in the very well-packaged, glossy address we have been given in color. I must admit, I must concede, very handsome picture of the president. What does it say? Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. He loves the title so much. It's always there. Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And he didn't think he should commiserate with the armed forces, with the family of the slain soldier. And he didn't think that the military excesses and assure this nation that there will be an independent inquiry, a probe into both the killing and the high-handedness, the brutalities meted out, unfortunately, to the Ashaiman residents. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, another missed opportunity, a fatal omission, is the fact that as we speak, mothers are worried, they are frightened that we don't have essential vaccines. We expected the president to issue specific instructions and to provide measurable outcomes. Tell us specifically, when will these vaccines be provided? All the president did was to beat around the bush and be talking about, we know it's an emergency, we know it requires urgency. That is not measurable. That is not specific. As a house, how do we track empty words, vacuous assurances? So, Mr. Speaker, these are are very fatal omissions that should never happen. Mr. Speaker, I'm also particularly shocked at the statement the President made yesterday, where he said that they have not engaged in reckless borrowing. And Mr. Speaker, if you read page 8 of the President's address, the President says, and I quote, large amount of the monies we borrow are for road construction. And then the President asks, shall we dare stop constructing roads? Mr. Speaker, I have taken the trouble to do the analysis, gone through all the approvals of the roads ministry by this House, and all the loans approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, and this is a generous analysis, we have even included taxes, our national revenues. Mr. Speaker, since all of what has gone into roads, 7.3 billion. Meanwhile, the President has borrowed, according to the Bank of Ghana, by November of 2022, he had borrowed up to 453.7 billion Ghana cedis. That is how much he has added to the national debt stock. Remember that he met it at 122 billion, and he has added 453 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you do the simple arithmetic, what has gone into roads, the borrowing that has gone into roads, is a measly, a paltry, an abysmal 1.62%, Mr. Speaker. Can you believe that? Not even up to 2%. And the President is telling us that we have borrowed for roads. The question many Ghanaians are asking, really, which of the roads? I have gone through the President's version of Muhammad's Green Book, which he condemned not too long ago. Now he's become an apostle of books on projects. Mr. Speaker, you go through this, and a lot of the projects, funding had been secured by the previous government, and I want to commend Honorable Ricketts. He's done a good job at that. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the analysis we have done, 95.35% of the monies borrowed have gone into consumption. Consumption. What our former colleague on the other side, who we miss very much, the Honorable Kankam, I think, he coined a famous expression, chop chop, chop chop. Consumption. That is what the monies borrowed have been used for. So the President should not think that he can just, throw expressions about and we will not subject them to critical analysis. And Mr. Speaker, talking about roads, I am really amused that the President is now conceding. Last year, if you read the State of the Nation address of last year, Mr. Speaker, the President said that he is the President who has constructed the most roads, more than 10,000 kilometers, in the entire history of Ghana. This time, he has stepped down. When you read this year's address, he says Fourth Republic, Fourth Republic. I'm sure by next year's address, it will be probably in 1 year, or within a month. I mean, you wonder what is going on, Mr. Speaker. So, you see, the question is the President reading his own addresses? Is he apprised of what he tells this House the previous year? Then, Mr. Speaker, I want to come to this grandiose claim about digital integration. If you go to page 17, Mr. Speaker, of the address, they are telling us that they have totally digitized this economy, and that even the Vice President is now called E-Baumia. I've heard many people on social media and elsewhere say that the E rather stands for empty Baumia. Well, those are not my words. But, Mr. Speaker, the area I want to focus is that this claim at paragraph 4, page 17, we have integrated many processes within the digital environment. Mr. Speaker, is the President aware, and he ought to be aware, that his own appointee at the board of the National Cathedral has made nonsense of all these so-called integrations? Dual identity, different date of birth, different mothers, and has been able to beat them. I refer to Reverend Victor Kusibuatin, who is also claiming to be Kwabena Edu Jemfi. Different passports at the passport office. You go to DVLA, different driving license. You go to NIA, different cards. Go to SNIT, different records. You go to GRA, he has even 2 things, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, your time is getting up.
And I have, Mr. Speaker, I have the response from the Ghana Revenue Authority to my right to information request. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority confirms all of these claims. And this is criminality. The president cannot even fire this chap. The president is not dismissing him. He's refusing to resign from the National Cathedral Board. And we are being told that this society has been integrated and that there is IT integration when the president appointee has made none of all of that. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude on the need for a bigger vision, Mr. Speaker. I am appalled when I hear the president say that because now Okada riders stop at traffic lights, we are making progress. For a State of the Nation address, our leaders should have a bigger vision, a bold vision that can take us out of the economic quagmire that we find ourselves in. And I don't know who the president is really.
Honorable Kujoto, your time is up.
Children can't have vaccines, the youth can't find jobs.
Honorable member for North Tongue, thank you very much.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But honorable members, please, don't let me appear as if this morning is leadership who told me that we are not going to entertain any point of order. I mean, they told me. I was not part of the meeting. You sat down, took your own decision, and informed me. So,
any agreement which should be strong enough to set aside your standing orders. The standing orders are supposed to come in us. Because my good friend, Honorable Kujoto Ablakwa, I know that you have very strong points of view. But to impute criminality
on the floor of Parliament.
No, that's not right. It's not right. That is not right at all. Because where you are standing, you can't prove it. It's only in a court of law that we prove criminality. So please, some of these allegations are strong. I know you have your immunity, but to push criminality, that is the province of the Court of Competent Jurisdiction. Please.
Very well.
You shouldn't do that.
So what I'm saying is leadership, tomorrow if you want to vary, I'm coming. I'll give you the opportunity. If you want to vary the arrangement, you tell me, then we all go by it. Because at times I'm made like, yes. So, leader, let him hear you.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the agreement not to have interruptions was to enable all of us have a smooth debate. It was not in any way an attempt to, as it were, put our standing orders somewhere and do something untoward. However, Mr. Speaker, we expect colleagues to make their submissions in good faith. Mr. Speaker, I would want to call on you to have a second look at the aspect of the submission from my respected colleague, Honorable Kujoto Ablakwa, which submission had to do with a man he's in court with. Mr. Speaker, we enjoy immunity here when we mount this stand in this hallowed chamber. However, Mr. Speaker, for the record, Mr. Speaker, for Sami, at least relax. Mr. Speaker, he is a defendant in a matter with a man in court. Now you come here and you connect electronic or digitalization policy of government and link it to a plaintiff in a matter with you and to attack his person. Mr. Speaker, that aspect of the submission, which made reference to the plaintiff in court with him, Mr. Speaker, should be expunged.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfair. But if you would allow it to stay, so be it.
Yes. Yes, leader, let me say
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to commend you. I want to commend you for managing the House since morning. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that my very good friend, the respected Deputy Majority Leader, was at conclave when we made this commitment that nobody would interject when a colleague is speaking. But consistently, I saw him getting up, trying to draw attention for you to give him the opportunity to respond to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, what my colleague read, he read an official document from a state entity. Where is the conflict here, Mr. Speaker? You are doing the right thing. If there's a decision that we should allow, Mr. Speaker, any attempt to vary this will make life very difficult for you, because every second, things are said here, people don't like it here. Things are said here, other people don't like it. So, Mr. Speaker, continue doing what you are doing. If we go to conclave tomorrow and decide that we would allow people to interject, then we can do that. But as far as I'm concerned, you are doing the right thing.
Honorable member for Northtown, I think I'm seeing sense, legal sense from my leader and honorable attachment. Please, it's not a question of no. Table, please expunge that aspect of linking it. No, I'm just talking about only small aspect that is linking, quote unquote, the man you are in court with. Please.
No, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful about the precedent we set in this House.
No, it's not precedent.
There is nothing I have stated here on the floor of this House which is not a fact. I have the response from the Ghana Revenue Authority to my right to information request, confirming all of these matters. I can read them out to you.
Please.
Copiously.
This is a
These
document.
Are facts. These are facts.
It's a document you alone you are having.
No, it's been published. It's public document.
The man you are accusing is not here. It's not here. Please, he's not here. And you are very.
This house
you are the very person.
This house has spent billions of Ghana cedis.
It doesn't matter.
On making a clean society, and the president is saying that there has been integration of data in this country. And I'm pointing out the fact that his own appointee has made nonsense of all of those
Will you listen to me, Honorable Kujeto? You are the very person who have more or less the man is in court with. So please, I don't think it's fair that you mention or linking up to your debate. I am directing that aspect of your debate is expunged from the.
No. Which aspect, please?
Aspect that is linking, quote unquote, Reverend Kusi Boateng to the debate. Please, that aspect should be expunged.
No, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker. This under what rules?
Honorable.
Under which of our standing orders?
Come again.
Under which of our standing orders? No, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be capricious and whimsical. I mean,
Senior, that is my orders. Please. Honorable Kujoto. No, I wouldn't take it. Please just expunge that aspect of it from there. Leader, let's move on.
And one, he should be.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We Right, Honorable Speaker. This House is governed by rules, and the rules are very clear. So, Speaker, Order 93.1 is very clear on this matter. And 93.1 says that reference shall not be made to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of Mr. Speaker, prejudice the interest of parties to the action.
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, so what that requires of you to make a judgment as to whether the reference being made to the matters pending are prejudicial to the interest of a party. Whether or not anybody cannot make reference to any matter in court is not what is in issue. It's not what is in issue. What is in issue is whether, in the opinion and judgment of Mr. Speaker, the reference that has been made is in a manner that is prejudicial to the interest of the parties in court. Mr. Speaker, it is up to you to determine whether you think that the manner in which the matter was referred to in debate is prejudicial to the interest of the parties. Mr. Speaker, not whether Honorable Afanyama thinks that it is prejudicial. It is whether or not you, Mr. Speaker, you think that the way, you see, if there are facts, and those facts are before a court, and I make reference to those facts, the facts are the facts. Honorable
Mr.
Speaker, it's up to Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I believe what you yourself are reading is my direct response to Honorable Kijeto. I am saying that the matter is pending in court. He himself is a party to the matter, and therefore I think it will be prejudicial. So please, that is my ruling, and I don't think I can take any other issue about it. So, table, as I directed, please expunge that aspect from the debate. We are taking the last round of debate. We are taking the last round of debate, and let me call the member for Takoradi, Honorable Kwabena Ochireda Komensa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm saying last round of debate.
Let's finish it. Last round.
I heard you right. When you say last round, for today, or we'll have this, go on break and come back.
For today.
For today, Mr. Speaker, that will be problematic because I am not aware that we are not going to exhaust the list we gave you. I'm not aware of a different understanding from what we had in the morning. I have 9 people on my list. The list I forwarded to you had 9 people on it. If there's a new decision that we do only 6 of each, then that is a decision I am not aware, and I'm not sure when that decision was made.
Yes.
I am happy to abide with your decision.
Honorable Whip, in the morning we said we will come back at 2 o'clock. We will ask the Minister for Health to come and answer some critical questions or make a statement with respect to issues pending in the country. We gave him 2 o'clock, and the time is already 3. So what I'm saying, we are taking last round. the debate will be on. It's not only this week. Next week we are continuing. So we will make time for the rest. So let's take one. Then we will suspend for a few minutes and come back and take.
Speaker, I would not begrudge you, but all I'm saying is that I needed to let my colleagues know that
Yes.
it will not be there. And we also, I remember us saying that we shall prompt the minister if he should come back. I didn't know that he was already prompted.
We gave him a definite time, 2 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, I
Yes.
defer to you.
Yes.
But, Mr. Speaker, my very good friend went away. He just came back. And he wants everybody to know that he was not around and he just came back. So just restrain him from.
Well. Honorable Oshedako, may you take.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of the debate.
Honorable, you are a minister. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. To thank the President for the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, if you take the address of the President yesterday, you realize that it's a message of hope and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the President, knowing very well that long talk does not buy horses, was clear in the submission in the areas he took to discuss the state of the nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this statement was a statement of opportunities. And why am I saying so, Mr. Speaker? First, I believe that we have to look at education, because education is one of the greatest opportunities any young man or any individual can have to be able to participate in the progress of any nation. Mr. Speaker, when free SHS was being introduced, there were the naysayers who said that it wasn't a good policy because it will give access, and when it gives the access, there will be poor quality. Mr. Speaker, I have always held the view that without education, we cannot have mass prosperity. And for us, I want to use the example of the Western region to illustrate why education and free education is key to the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, if we take Western region, for instance, ever since free education was introduced, we've been able to increase enrollment by 483%. Mr. Speaker, and for the first time in the history of a lot of homes, children are going. Mr. Speaker, what you also come to realize is that quality is now spreading across the length and breadth of our region. In fact, if you take schools like Bedubonsu, it is the #1 school in the Western region now. It has beaten schools like Antaman, Archbishop Porter, GSTS. And then the #2 school, Mr. Speaker, is another village called Sanko. Currently, if you come to the Western region, the #5 school in the Western region is now Dabuasi, clearly showing that the talents of our country does not only lie in the cities, but it lies everywhere, and people are only looking for opportunity to be able to be part of the progress of this country. As I speak to you right now, quality of education, because of that, people get admission at Infanstone, they decline it and come to Dabuasi. People get admission at Infantiman, they decline it, they come to Dabuasi. Clearly showing that the opportunity that the President is giving us with free education is key to developing this country and touching more lives than we've done in previous years. Mr. Speaker, others have also complained about the borrowing. Mr. Speaker, if people don't know, they should come to the countryside. If I talk about health infrastructure that we built in the Western region, from Bogoso Hospital, Nswayim Hospital, Mpoho Hospital, Wasa Junka Hospital, and the Libo District Hospital. Mr. Speaker, people will know that we are not borrowing for nothing. We are borrowing to invest in the lives of the people of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that all the borrowing have been put to good use. Other people got borrowed money to invest in their cities. Now that other part of the country is now getting some of this borrowed money to invest, people are now complaining. If you come to Western region, We are building an interchange. The GMPC headquarters is being built. The double road from Sekendi to Takrady is being built. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that there's no way that we are throwing these monies away. And the president was clear in his mind when he said that we are not borrowing wrongly. If we come to Western Region again, the railway lines are being built from Kojokrom to Manso to Insuta to Presidency Valley. And as we speak, we know that this year, if we are able to get things done right, we should be able to open the Insuta line, the standard gauge. And therefore, anybody telling us that it is not on, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the borrowing has been borrowed for a purpose, and we have to make sure that they come to fruition so that we can all continue to support this country. Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, this statement was a statement of hope and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, if we take page 16 of the report, paragraph 2, this is what the president said. In 2021, Ghana total import bill was 13.7 billion. According to GRA and ICOS, on the evidence of existing local productive capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority projects in the category of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Among these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oil palm, fertilizer, pharmaceutical, soaps, detergent, insulated wire, ceramic products, corrugated power, and power balls, ceramic clinker, and motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, all this list is one of the greatest opportunities we've given to Ghanaians to tap into and be prosperous. And I believe that this message clearly will be sending a signal to the market that if we are able to get these things done on our own as private companies, as cooperatives, as individuals, we should be able to tap into the prosperity that these opportunities continue to create for us in the speech that the president gave to us. Mr. Speaker, I am clear in my mind that this is doable. Recently, I've had the Poultry Farmers Association from the Western region telling me that if they have the right platform, they can produce to match any goose competitively throughout the world. They are ready and they can do it. So it is clear that when they get this opportunity, and now that they've gotten this opportunity, this is the best time for them of being poultry farmers. And I know that it is doable. So, Mr. Speaker, when people continue to say that we have mismanaged, we are not getting things right, I believe that it is time that as a country we continue to believe in ourselves and continue to know that the opportunities that are available to us are also doable. Mr. Speaker, other people have said that the economy is on its knees. Other people want to deny the fact that COVID has been a major source of this crisis. What we are saying is that we didn't cause this crisis, and that is a fact. Mr. Speaker, we did not manufacture COVID in Ghana, and everybody is aware that COVID is a negative externality. We did not. And therefore, for people to behave as if that is the president and his ministers and his government that has caused COVID, and therefore do not accept it as a negative externality on our economy, I believe that is not the right way of thinking. Mr. Speaker, even the World Bank is clear, the IMF is clear, that the impact on our economy was created by COVID. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I remember vividly, in 2020, 8 March, when the president was supposed to have visited me in Takrady, when we launched the Ghana Gold Expo to talk about the gold reserves of this country. The president couldn't make it because COVID had hit Ghana. He had to return back to Accra and resolve the problems about COVID. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore very, very unfortunate that sometimes our friends on this side do not want to acknowledge this simple fact that Ghana did not manufacture COVID. COVID came from somewhere and that affected our economy. And therefore, I do believe that whatever the president said yesterday to us is the best way looking forward. It's the best way to have hope, and it's the best way to support the government to succeed. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, there was a survey done by the BBC. And 56% of the youth in this country believed in the way the government of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, backed by Dr. Bawumia, on the path that we have taken for the good of this country. So clearly, if people are naysayers, I want to let them be assured that the youth of this country believe that Ghana is on the right path, and they will therefore are willing and be supporting us. Mr. Speaker, if we take Morgan Stanley, recently, our urban recovery had moved from 41 billion to 46, showing clearly the confidence they have in the Ghanaian economy, showing clearly the reason why they will continue to support. And as Deputy Minister said, we were able to raise a lot of treasury bills at the rate of 24% instead of the original 35%. Clearly, it shows that people believe in the economy, and they believe that it is better to have 1% of a million than trying to get 0% of 20 billion. Mr. Speaker, clearly Ghanaians have confidence in us. The banks have confidence in us. The markets have confidence in us, and they will continue to invest in the economy of this country. So please, I believe that it is time that we keep hope alive. It is time that we believe in what the president has said. It is time that we support this government to succeed. Because if the government succeeds and the country succeeds, we as individuals will also be succeeding. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to thank the president once again for looking at new areas in the economy, especially tourism, that the government wants to invest in this area. And I believe that Ghanaians should also be looking at this new area, which is economically and environmentally friendly. And I believe that we'll be able to host more of our people and continue to do what is right. Mr. Speaker, when one of the honorables was speaking from the other side,
Honorable, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you for cooperating with me. So let me take the last slot from Honorable Dr. Kwabla Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the president's sooner delivery. Mr. Speaker, nobody in his right sense would deny that COVID was a global phenomenon. All countries were affected by COVID. Particularly for developing countries, the impacts were real. We accept that. We are not in denial. However, Mr. Speaker, how come other countries were able to weather COVID better than we have done? The Botswana economy, the Kenyan economy, the Mauritian economy, other economies were far more resilient because the fundamentals were far more solid. This is the crux of the matter. Our side, we are not saying COVID did not exist, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that there was COVID. We all also agree that COVID has some impact. But how resilient was our economy? Did we manage the COVID situation as well as we could if we are the leaders of the continent in political management as we want to claim? That is the issue. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at page 6 of His Excellency the President's speech, he said all households enjoyed free water. All households enjoyed free water during the period. Mr. Speaker, what is the penetration, the access rate of water across the country? Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, Sekondi, and a few urban areas do not constitute Ghana. For the period that we're talking about, there was no pipe-borne water in my constituency. Nowhere in my constituency did we have pipe-borne water. And we are being told that we all enjoy free water. Are we saying we all enjoy free water? Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether in your constituency, everybody in your constituency has pipe-borne water, and then or other crew. And then we are being told that we all enjoy.
Honorable member, you have to address me. You are not addressing them.
Mr. Speaker, and we are all being told we had free access to water. Mr. Speaker, speech writers for His Excellency the President should be more particular. Speech writers should be more particular. And do not put the President in a situation where his statements can be critiqued this way. We did not all have free access to water. I still had water in Yeji from my borehole, and which I don't pay. I sank the borehole. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the impact. In social science, we have this principle of means assessment. The people in Airport residential area, the people in East Legon, in their big mansions, did they say they couldn't pay for water? Must the state subsidize them? Must the state subsidize them? And that is why we have means testing. I will not be against the state assisting people in critical situations such as this, but it should be those who cannot pay, not the rich, not the super rich who boast in the number of luxury cars they have, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is important that, again, that there was this huge discount on electricity. Mr. Speaker, where is means testing? The Honorable Minister, the current Minister for Energy, by all indications, can pay for electricity in his house. Why must he have enjoyed such a huge reduction? To the extent that today the exchequer is encumbered. Is encumbered because people who could have paid for, in a very populist approach, were given free water. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a people, we should develop methodologies. We should become more serious in the way we dish out freebies. Because there's no free lunch in the world. There's no free lunch anywhere. We have to pay. And today we are paying through the teeth. Indeed, in 2022, we were told that the so-called free water we enjoyed, the huge reduction in electricity bills, we now have to pay. Mr. Speaker, what sort of Kwekwa Nancy arrangement is this? You tell us that it is free, and then you turn around in a year to say we should pay for it. So, Mr. Speaker, again, today we are being encouraged to clap for the economic management team. We have been encouraged to clap for the economic management team because they have a staff level, they've gotten the staff level agreement with the IMF. How low do we sink? Was it not this same team that had the Kenke party that were exiting the IMF program, and that today we should clap for them? Mr. Speaker, the least the EMT, the economic management team, spearheaded by the Vice President and the Minister of Finance, the least they could have done was to apologize to the good people of Ghana for misleading us to believe that we were never going to go to the IMF. Our economy was resilient. We were a proud nation. What has happened to our pride? What has happened to our pride? The least they could have done was to apologize and the finance minister resigning for misleading this country. And I am proud to say that I was the first person to publicly call for the resignation of the finance minister. There must be some integrity in public life. There must be integrity in politics. Mr. Speaker, on page 11 of the speech, we were told that there's a suspension of external debt servicing. In that same paragraph, we are again being told that we are honoring all our coupon payments. How do you reconcile the two? You are honoring all your coupon payments. Do the coupon payments not include Eurobond and other external instruments? And yet, we are also being told there is suspension on settlement of these external debts, the settlement of such debts. Where is this contradiction coming from? Slow, and then you cannot reconcile again Ghana beyond aid to our begging rounds looking for debt forgiveness. Economies are not run on slogans. Economies are run on well thought out programs and projects, well thought out policies. The sloganeering does not run an economy. And unfortunately, this is what we have been subjected to. Today, we are being told that we have survived COVID, we have survived 2021, 2022 without doing so. Yes, it's factual. We do not have load shedding today. But Mr. Speaker, why don't we have load shedding? Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Energy today will not go and sit in the office of the Group Managing Director of NNP, Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation, for 3 days begging NGAS to give Ghana a credit line because today we have domestic gas. The bulk of the fuel for our power plants today comes from domestic gas. Governments before this government worked tirelessly for us to have domestic gas. And so if we do not have doing so today, it is not because a super management team is in place, but it is because the biggest cause of load shedding in 2014, 2015, 2016 was supply of fuel. And because of that experience as a nation, we work towards securing domestic gas. We have so much gas today, Mr. Speaker, the minister is here, that over half the gas generated, unfortunately, is being reinjected. We are not even in a position to give the correct economic indicators for the gas to be utilized in our in other industrial areas. We are re-injecting. We must give credit to the government that worked on this, Mr. Speaker. So, to His Excellency the President, yes, we do not have done so today, but we do not have done so because people before him worked to correct that. Mr. Speaker, I am also surprised that we cannot develop a clear leadership when we say that we spend so much in 2021, we spend so much on importation of goods. What is it that we have done? What is, apart from Ghanaian in one district, one factory? However, no factory has been established in Blue East. Has been established in. What have we done to really cut our dependence on imports? What is it that we have done as a people? What is it we have done as a people to cut imports? We haven't done much. We have painted existing factories. We've done some expansion of some few factories, and we are all over town for that. I just hope the new Minister for Trade and Industry, if and when he takes office, would avert his mind to the low industrial productivity that we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, I also saw, I read that we have the highest drone utilization capacity in the world. Mr. Speaker, I said, wow, Ghana has the highest drone utilization capacity in the world. Why do we need drones? No. Apart from warfare, why do we need drones? We need drones because our areas are inaccessible. You only need a drone where a road cannot go. So why do you need drones? Because you cannot, if you can access the area going by road, and the Minister for Highways is here, will be cheaper. Will be cheaper.
Member, your time is up.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we cannot boast of drones to deliver medication when the real issue is that we should have first-class roads to those areas for us to deliver those medications at a cheaper and cost-effective cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the time is 3:30. We are suspending for 30 minutes. We'll come back at 4 o'clock. We'll come and take questions from the Minister for Health as well as the Minister for Energy. So, owners of questions, please don't. So, honorable members, the House is hereby suspended for 30 minutes.
1 2. Hello 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2.
There is some